Test. And we are live! Hi, everybody! Let me know if my sound's okay. We'll wait for a second to test all the audio stuff now that I'm back in my setup. Ray, good to see you, glad to have you! Yeah, please be aware, the Zenwalker spoiler-free zone. Any comments that give you any good stuff will be depleted and give you a hard stare. Yes, do not upset the Ray. And also, remember that everything up until now is fair game, though. So, Dest! Double Burms, indeed. A Ray stare is definitely not the same as a Care Bear stare. Yes, one is incredibly destructive and can end the world at a possible glance, and the other is Ray stare. It will burn a hole in your soul. Yeah. Auroria, good to see you, glad to have you. Jolly, good to see you, glad to have you. Lyse, good to see you, have you. Lolly ho, Jellybean, good to see you, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Willow, good to see you, glad to have you. Audio sounds good, good. Lolly, hope you're feeling better. Ho, Demins, good to see you, glad to have you. And yes, I'm not 100%, and it'll probably be apparent throughout, but I am good enough to stream, and I'd feel much better ending Stormblood today and doing our work here and getting out our video tomorrow than I would if I hung around in bed all day. And I definitely can rest afterwards. And I've got plenty of water. I've got caffeine if I need energy. So, let's do this. So, I'm thinking for a warm-up, why don't we actually, seeing as we're coming up on Shadowbringers already, at some point, we're going to have to start doing Dark Knight, but I think I'm going to wait for that. But we haven't unlocked Pugilist for Endwalker yet, so I'm thinking... And when we get to Endwalker, or Shadowbringers, I'm thinking we're going to keep Elio in the first the whole time. So, probably not going to come back for... Paladin stuff. So we'll probably do that during 5.x. So the question is, then... what do we do when we're in the first? Well, we'll figure that out later. In the meantime, let's go to Thanalin to pick up Pugilist. You guys talking about ocean fishing? Oh, people are helping Minomi with one of our new FC members. Speaking of, we have an FC. If you'd like to join it, you're most welcome to. We are on Crystal Curl, but yeah, you guys are just helping her level crafting. Cool. How's everybody doing? How are y'all? Oh, right. For some reason, I always think... Did I say Pugilist? I meant Gladiator. Gladiators Guild. Damn! Good to see you, glad to have you. How's everybody's Thanksgiving? I'm sleepy but resolute. Well, thanks for joining, Demins. Okay, Lullafell. I need my coin. Welcome to the Gladiators Guild adventure. Here our members train tirelessly with sword and shield so that our names might one day be written in legend. Was that a flash of interest in your eyes? If you wish to study swordplay, know that the admission to the guild is free of charge. I'd mark you as a man of action. I'm pleased to see that I was not wrong. Now, while you may be familiar with the deadly dance of battle, you are new to us and must begin at the beginning. If you take your place in these hallowed halls, you must be willing to ready and undergo the most rigorous training. You must endure cuts and bruises beyond counting, and like as not far worse. A daunting prospect, I concede, but there's no other way if you mean to take the Blood Sands one day. And why wouldn't you? Colosseum is only the most celebrated place of public entertainment in all of Ul'dah. Where else could a poor man amass a fortune so vast as to one day allow him to claim a seat on the Syndicate? There's not an Ul'dah alive who isn't inspired by the rise of the self-made man, and there's no truer embodiment of the dream than the gladiator who wins riches and fame with his sword. Throughout its long and storied history, the guild has nurtured countless champions. Our training methods are second to none, and our members ever strive to develop new techniques. If you desire true glory, to fight and triumph amidst the roar of 10,000 voices, and this is where you belong, adventurer. Think of it. Think of your legacy, and if your soul stirs, join us. Shion, good to see you, glad to have you. Silver Gaku, good to see you, glad to have you. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. Having a great day? I'm glad you're having a great day, Deathberry. Yeah, I'm feeling better for the most part. Not 100%, but I'm really glad you're having a good day, man. Had a good Thanksgiving, lots of food. Good. Shion, hey, good to see ya. Silver, Gobbleworms, indeed. Thanksgiving for me was great. Nice! Cooked my first turkey and it came out perfect. A little too salty because I put too much salt in the brine, but otherwise it was awesome. That's great, Elias. Thanksgiving itself was bleh. Yeah, it happens. Nephew got a fever, so plans fell through. But my D&D group did Friendsgiving on Friday, and that was great. Oh, that's great, Tam. Are you new to 14? No, Xian, this is my second time playing through the MSQ on a second character. But we have a lore channel where we do a lot of stuff, but we've been replaying the entire game and having, and like really paying attention to some of the key details and other things that can be lost along the way. What will it be? Will you rise above the masses and inscribe your name in legend, or will you resign yourself to mediocrity and die in obscurity? Tam, thanks for the Archon. Enjoy your emotes. A decision you shan't regret. One moment, make way for Eorzean. Fresh meat coming through. Now then, before your enrollment can be considered complete, you must present yourself with the first sword of Mila. Seek her out and obtain her approval. We're just doing our little warm-up, Xian, where we do a class or a job quest before we get into the MSQ. I have heard... Oh. I have heard Lulutsu. So you're Eorzean. 'Tis good, strong name. On behalf of the Gladiators Guild, allow me to welcome you. I'm Mila, Guildmaster here. So you wish to study our arts, I presume. What? Why is it going... There we go. Presume. You have your reasons for choosing the sword over all other weapons. Perhaps you think it easiest to learn. For every Colosseum champion to emerge from our ranks, there have been countless disappointments who failed to achieve greatness. Bear that in mind before you answer me, Elio, for I do not ask this question lightly. Have you the strength to live by the sword, and if it be your fate, die by it? She says to the monk. Then welcome, Gladiator, to your new home. Take this sword. There are many like it, but this one is yours now. Consider it a gift if you like. Now wear it on your hip as I do, and show me you're ready to begin your training. Auroria, thank you for the 5 memberships, and Cameron, Aubrey, hey Aubrey, Gemini, Daniel, Cinrix, enjoy your memberships with your lovely, lovely emotes. Okay, guys. Oh well, I'd have to level Gladiator to do the next thing. So, do we go ahead and get Stormblood started then? Let's go ahead and get. Let's go ahead. It's been about 10 minutes. We'll take a second here, drink a little, and we'll get started at the 10. So, do you have a new lease on life? Hey, Quinn, good to see you, glad to have you. And, well, you know... look. Giving the character credit is the least I could do. Jan, good to see you, glad to have you. I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, I'm feeling better for the most part. Not 100%, but I'm already actually in talking and doing these performances and stuff. I'm actually feeling better. Now, I maybe borrowed energy, so we'll see if I crash afterwards. But, you know, crashing afterwards means that I'll get good rest, so I consider that a win all around. Was there no teleport point? No, am I going to have to go all the way around? Yeah, well, that's fine. Ray, thank you for the, yeah, I understand. I'm a vet player myself. Been playing for 7 years. Nice, Shion. I've been playing since around 4.3, roughly. So what's that at this point? That's circa what, 2018? So I'm about 4 years in. I'm about a 4-year-long player. Didn't feel super well over the weekend, but doing better now. I'm glad you're doing better, Silver. Messed up my dancer, having on high solo, went to work on a new save file after work more. Dude, I feel you for that, man. I had a Dark Knight save file that was so close. It's rough. But you just get back up and you get back to it. I need to do another... I want to get Lone Hero so bad. I gotta get back to that at some point. Damn you and your puns. Just be glad Dez isn't here. We got Demins, though, as backup. And Tam. I guess Tam is less puns and more just dirty talk. Weird measuring by original run versus coming back. Started in 2.0, left, right, around 2.2-ish. I know it's interesting. A lot of people I know who did 2.2 left around somewhere in the 2.x. So Tam, I don't think you're super alone in that, or at least from the people I've happened to talk to. I had to do the Levy quest when I came back, and look, I'm not just dirty talk. No, you are not just Dirty Dog, Tam. You're many other things besides. Came right back around 4.45-ish. Interesting. I wonder what... Did they, like, put, like, out, like, a big ad campaign, like, pre-Shadowbringers in, like, the lead-up to 4.3 through, like, 4.5? Because I feel like I know a lot of people who came back to the game during, like, late 4.x. I'm less pun and more highly inappropriate sexually charged comments. Upside to working on solos, at least XP for classes and poetics. Yeah, totally silver. Tons of upside that you can do it. As long as you're doing something that, like, does doable duty, man, it's so great. I'm gonna be right back. I need a cough drop. Okay, since I left for a second, I came bearing a gift. It's the boy! Hi. You're very good. Would you like to get down? Yeah. He's getting a treat. Ugh. Okie doke. Let me catch up on you guys real quick, get my cough drop, and then we will get this started. I started playing about 6 months to a year after Heavensward came out. I'm taking a break from 14 currently. Nice, Sean. Well, I'm glad that you stopped by. And that's the great thing about 14 is you really can take breaks, and it's just fine. And yes, it's exciting to come back for expansions, but even if you don't, even if like you came back, even if you miss an expansion and came back during like the patch content, it's, you know, 14 is a great game for being able to pick up and put down. I like to keep it around constantly. I don't really tend to take breaks from like my like dedicated MMO, but yeah, I recommend to any and everyone that if like you're feeling burnt out on 14 or you just like not vibing with it, it's not something you want to do, don't feel like you gotta force yourself. It'll be here when you come back, and there's really not a lot of FOMO things in this game. The main things at this point I would think to look at are things like PvP rewards, but like there's been a lot of implication that those are going to come back around. Plus, on top of that, it's like, you know, how big of a problem is that for you, really? Is everyone getting sick in November? I mean, it's that time of year, Quinn. If you enjoyed the stream, I already remember our Discord. Why not come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean archives? Thank you, Ray Ray. It seems that way, Quinn. Yeah, Brian, good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm doing okay. Still feeling sick, but don't forget, I got to message you too, cause we were talking about some of that work stuff, and I've been meaning to get back in touch with you now that the Thanksgiving stuff's over. I'm pretty sure they did a Hugh Market camp for Shadowbringers. Yeah, Hexboy, I know they did, but did that start around 4.3? Because that would have been around 4.5, wouldn't it? But like, I know a lot of people came back in 4.3 and 4.4. I don't know. Honestly, for me, I was playing WoW for the most of the time. You know what? I'm gonna get, you guys are going crazy today, and I fucking love it. Thank you for being great conversationalists. Honestly, for me, I was playing WoW most of the time. I had quit FF4, and I was enjoying that a lot more. I really wasn't a fan of 2.0 design. Yeah, if I recall, I came back for a free login campaign, and now you're here. Everybody's loving Deadpool. Started playing not too long after Heavensward came out myself. I think they were doing 3 weeks of 14, and back then I was on PS4, so I saw a lot of advertisements, and so I tried it out. They're doing Hype the Boy, WoW Graha, and it only posts the Graha. Yeah, sometimes it does. Sometimes YouTube's weird, Tam. Bought the game not too long after that. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling better. Definitely doing better. Not 100%, but definitely better. I always get like low-level sick around this time of year. Yeah, me too, Tam. I still find it funny. I tried to start 2020 and basically didn't play consistently again until Feb 2022. I mean, that happens over Gogaku. When I picked it up in 4.3, I only got through like ARR, and then I think I stopped for a couple of months, and then I picked it back up hardcore, and I haven't stopped since. Yeah, I decided to take a break after getting my last 2 Gara mounts. Yeah, there you go, Shion. Yeah, great time. Once you get something done, it's just like, you know what? I'm gonna step back. I joined around the whole ad campaign. Still ironic, Lahi was my first experience to 14. Hey, is it ironic or is it fitting? Alright, I'm gonna get into the story a little bit. Elio, Commander Hext, fine work you did today. After Spicula Imperatorius, we needed a resonating victory like this. Thanks to you, Ralgar's star yet burns bright. I'm glad, I really am, but you should know that Lyse was injured in the fighting. And also, Fordola used instant transmission from Dragon Ball Z. Or actually, she uses feature sight. She didn't really use instant transmission. Regrettable, but I am pleased to hear that she will make a full recovery. Fordola's parting words, on the other hand, ring less favorably in my ears. But if Zeno wishes to invite us to his so-called royal hunt, then this bull would fain accept. What troubles you, Lyse? Oh, it's nothing really, just that we're almost to the end, but we've still got to save Krile and do so much more. We'll find her soon enough. Pippin has his best men scouring the Castrum archive as we speak. Listen, Lyse, it will take time for us to fully occupy the Castrum and prepare to advance into the locks. While we wait, there is something I would like to show you, both of you. After all, this may be the last chance we have to catch our breath before the final push. I don't see why not. Then come with me to Radiata. From there, we will need to follow another road south. I do think that it can't be underestimated how much the value of their, like, ad campaigns during expansion hype really does a lot to bring people in. I mean, I remember when Endwalker was coming out, there were just ads everywhere. Like, every website I went to was just... I mean, part of that, I'm sure, was because it was targeted towards me. Yeah, Brian, will do. Gotta make up for missed streams. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a crazy, I'm Blinkster. Bring! Good to see you, glad to have you. Started playing after 5.3 came out when I learned about the free trial. Yeah. I mean, I guess, you know, Sarah, I guess the thing we're seeing here, right, without everyone here, is that there's just a wide breadth. I mean, I don't know that there is, like, a concentrated source as much. I feel like the only historic concentrated source I could really look to that I can speak to is I know 5.4 to 5.55 was a big bump because of a lot of different reasons. We didn't go to Radiata, we're going straight south. Okay, well. My original character didn't even hit Titan. Yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. You mean Ultra Instinct? Yeah, basically AC. AC, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, basically she Ultra Instinct. That's what I meant. I have a screenshot from OG Crystal Tower raid with 2 tanks and all of us with Protect Stone Skin and have the Thorn March quest and the Garuda EX quest on the side. Nice. What server are you on? My main is on Sargentinus. We are on Crystal Curl, is where our FC and Elio is on. And you're also welcome to join us for when we do content stuff, Shion. We do stuff. We do the MSQ streams every Monday, Tuesday, and then we do the community events where we help each other do stuff like triple try cards, mounts, all that sort of stuff on Saturdays. We also have a chapter on Dynamis Seraph. Thank you, Lyse. Yes, it's true. Yeah, we'd love to have you, man. Kakurati, though I have been wanting to play 14 since as early as time where I also started playing 5.3. Yeah, Kakurati, it's interesting you say that. I wanted to play when 2.0 went live. I just didn't have money and it was just never like, it just wasn't in the cards and I was playing Guild Wars 2 at the time and so I didn't pick up another MMO, but I always been a huge Final Fantasy fan and played all of them. So I feel that, but I didn't like get in until 4.3, so I definitely know what it's like to like have it in the background of your mind. I've decided I like White Mage animations the most of all the healers. I want them on Sage instead. Oh, I love Sages much more. It's like the new list, the blast, the lasers, the like shield walls. It's all so very Gundam. Whereas the White Mage is like, I am the pretty mystical magical lady fan. Here you go, flowers for days. Don't clip that. A friend of mine is a diehard Final Fantasy fan who has played 14 since the beta. Damn. Actually watched him do the nail fight from the end of 1.x. Nice. Milton, good to see you, glad to have you. Ocean, if you need any friends, both of my mains are on Sark. Hey, look at that! Yeah, dude, definitely team up. Definitely work with each other. Blood for the Blood Lily. Yep. Even after all my years, it is still the same. But I'm still getting ahead of myself. You deserve a proper welcome. Is this cutscene voiced? Please be voiced. Elio, Lyse, I brought you both for a reason. Forgive me, I can't go as low as I usually would right now. Yeah, this is gonna be voiced.
I wanted to show you this house. My house. You mean this is where you grew up?
Aye. Not much to look at, is it? Same could be said of the village. It was damn near impossible to live off the land, barren as it was, which is why so many of us traded our plowshares for swords. Swords and uniforms, mind. We became military men. Tensions were rising between Mhigo and the Empire, and there was always a need for more soldiers to watch the border. It was only a matter of time before the first skirmishes broke out. It's a frightening thing to face Magitech armor for the first time. But after a lot of trial and error, I found ways to bring them down. After a few victories, people even said I had a knack for it. And then one day they hit us. Hard. I was wounded and sent home to recover. Back here.
Visions of the past.
Will you remain silent for fear of the Mad King's vengeance? Of his eyes and ears in the shadows and his knives in the dark? You, who call this living dishonor our nation.
Is that who I think
it
it
is but a slow death. Liberty or death?
That's go Setsu's voice actor, right?
Or death! If this be your creed, then raise up your hands, raise up your voices! Together we will tear Theodoric from the throne! Together we will reclaim our freedom!
That's definitely Gozetsu's voice actor, right? Interesting, he's not credited.
Send you home to men, did they?
Yeah, it's definitely him.
Aye, sir. Garlean's got the better of us. The Eorzeans say I'm healing well, so it won't be long now.
Liberty or death, is it? Tell me, soldier. What do you think those words mean?
We must needs be willing to die for liberty.
Spoken like a true patriot. But liberty should not be the end in of itself. Liberty is a chance to build something better. A stronger, more prosperous home for our people. It's not quick or easy work. And it is never truly finished. But if you neglect it, then sooner or later, you look up to find you've traded one tyrant for another.
Well, sir, I've never asked for much. Never wanted to live like a king, just wish it were a little bit easier is all. For me and everyone else. And I'm willing to die for that, if that's what it takes.
Dying is easy, soldier. Living is harder.
The amount of Hamilton quotes in this goddamn game.
Gain your strength.
In this goddamn expansion.
You'll need it in the days to come. And mayhap one day we will need it too.
Once you know to look for it, they're like so many quest names, so many pieces of dialogue. It's crazy. I have to wonder, was it Koji or was it Oda? Like, or was it like what?
Conrad chose you as his successor, Lyse, and I will not gainsay his decision. I have but one question to ask. Liberty or death. Those were Curtis's words and his creed. Will you swear by your father's creed before your comrades and the gods?
Liberty or death. That's all
I'll
you can
never be
hope for in
satisfied.
war. Father understood that. And you want to know if I do too. I swear to you, here and now, I will fight until the end. Be it liberty or be it death. But the freedom we win must be for every Alamegan, even ones like Fordola, though they may hate us, and the Ananta, though they may fear us. We'll fight, and we'll talk, and we'll find a way to make it work for all of us. Compared to all that, retaking our home will seem like the easy part.
It's not just about winning, it's about making a better world. That's
A
the
good
important
oath.
part.
And there is naught else to say. You are indeed your father's daughter.
Let me catch up on you guys. Okay. Blood for the blood, look at charms, lethally delicious. Yep. I saw someone saying something like, if the cutscenes has camera work, it's voice, and don't know how accurate that is. That's not one-to-one completely true. There's, for instance, camera work in one. So there's 3 types of cutscenes. There's basically completely normal like this, where you're like talking with dialogue. It's still basically, in-engine's not the right term, but it's a cutscene that is still not camera worked, but is instanced effectively. And then there is the camera worked cutscenes, which take a lot of work. And camera worked cutscenes aren't always voiced, especially earlier on in A Realm Reborn, but they tend to be. And as we go along, it gets to the point where an Endwalker, I believe, by the time of Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I think any time that there is camera work, the 3rd type of cutscene, there will be voice acting. I saw something say like it's gutsy. No worries, take it easy on your voice today, especially since you're covering. Yeah, thanks, Deathberry. Is he sure it's his house now? No, New Tenant's probably. Well, it's the house you grew up in, Quinn, right? Your father put graffiti on my house. You owe me 100 kills. I'm in the worked game FC Uncharted, but sure, my main's name is what is in my YouTube channel. Cool, nice, man. Yeah, I was just talking to Chris recently. Me and him may be working on something in the near future. Sure sounds like him. Sounds like Gosetsu. Yeah, Talent Cheery. Ilbert has a mullet. Ilbert had a mullet. I mean, but are any of us surprised, AC? Only MSQ has voice acting, but there are many job cycles that have camera work, whether the statement applies to MSQ. So the thing is that those things don't have camera work. So those are the cutscene 2 type. So camera work's bad example, because you're kind of right, Kakurati. Because there are camera cuts, but if you see the camera moving in 3D space, that's more what we're talking about, because you don't see the camera move you see it move like you would in G-pose effectively in the 2nd type of cutscene, but in the 3rd type of cutscene there's like a custom rig for like basically what would be not free cam necessarily, but free cam. William Gosetsu Wallace. Yeah, dying is easy, living is harder. Yeah, Hildebrand quests actually are a good example of no, but Des is right. You're right. So that's an example of quests that have camera work, that are type 3 that don't have voice acting. Yeah. Who lives, who dies, who tells their story. I remember the very first race I chose with Aura because I love dragons. It's interesting, Shion, because they do a lot to try to differentiate and disambiguate the Aura from dragons, but also co-link them to them so often, both with the Dawn and Dusk worm and the Association and Vritra. We'll fight, looks Ally say. We'll talk, looks Alpino. Yeah, Tim. I've been compiling quotes from 14 on WikiQuote, but I'm nowhere as well read as 14 writers. Never watch Hamilton for one. Yeah, no, there is a lot. I would just say that probably in almost at least every other quest, there is a reference to pop culture in some kind. Because it's not just the writers, it's also the localizers sneak stuff in. And part of it's also like Koji set the template for the localizers sneaking stuff in. The other issue is sometimes you have an issue where, imagine that a Japanese writer write a Japanese pop culture reference that just doesn't make sense in English localization. So it makes sense to have a pop culture reference there because there's supposed to be that sort of humor or joke or reference, but you have to make it different because you have to make it for your audience. You still love dragons even now? Good. I suspected you liked Heavensward a lot. Even a blind man could see that Lyse wasn't herself. Now that I don't understand. Not that I don't understand. To be thrust into a position of authority under such circumstances, to be responsible for the lives of so many, it isn't easy. And when you see your friends get cut down before your eyes, it only gets harder. A wager she thought Lyse was dead for a moment back there. It is one thing to risk your life for a cause, but to risk that of another is a burden no soldier is ever truly ready to shoulder. To fear the guilt, it weighs on you, and that's good. It'll make her better commander. But first she needs to learn to carry on, to not let it break her, to remember that some causes are worth fighting for. Liberty or death, her father's word gave me strength once. Mayhap they'll do the same for her now. Right then, I think I've said enough. The two of you can head back. I mean to stay a bit longer. See, Project Red had a video on canned animations and dialogue versus ad hoc animations, in which your conversation can seamlessly move from canned animation. Yeah, but yeah. So there's you can see you can see those same systems with games like Mass Effect, with like BioWare systems. The problem is that in 14, every animation that you see is either bespoke or effectively an emote. So they don't. At least as far as we know, like they're basically their canned animations are what you end up basically seeing often as emotes. So like a lot of times you'll notice that when like Y'shtola is talking or something, she's using like lip flap 3 with converse, more often than not. That's the other thing that happens is that in the like full free cam cutscenes, you also will notice a lot more bespoke animations typically. I understand. He's been away a long time, and he probably wants to be alone for a while. Let's head back to Radiata. Also, don't forget that we have the trial, the final trial of Stormblood, as well as Alamigo, the dungeon, coming up. So if people would like to join for that, be ready at the tea tree. I mean, we've got a little bit, so don't stress about it, but just so people are preemptively aware. Wait, am I the only one who feels like I'm being watched? I don't know if it's Imperials or Bandits, but I know there's more than one of them. Let's split up. You head northwest and I'll head northeast. Mayhap I'm wrong, but I don't think so. I believe it was, I don't know if it was Play Frames, Extra Frames, I don't know which channel it was by those guys, but the Extra Credits guys, Dan did a good video explaining the difference between like pre-canned ad hoc anime. I forget the terminology they use exactly, but basically the stems of animations that they use for their conversation systems. Yeah, layering canned animations allowing designers to sequence them is really powerful. 14 just can't do that. Yeah, it's just not built to. But honestly, because also you're not engaging with it a la something like a Geralt or, a Shepherd, it's not as big of a problem because you think about the cutscenes are more... It's not about you having a conversation with the other NPCs as much. There is that element, and it's become more and more and more with our dialogue options, but it's much more like watching a mini movie, right? And so I think it works better. Or it's not works better. The weaknesses of it are less apparent than if like every time you said something, Y'shtola says something, you say something to Y'shtola, Y'shtola use converse. You say something to Y'shtola use converse. Like, it would be much worse if it was their style of gameplay. 7 hells, he's seen us. Sonnet, dead's as good as alive to the Imperials. That just said Rogan youth. This guy looks like gray hair. Well, I guess, Urianger's gray hair. Yeah. 14 does a remarkable amount with like the economy of scale it has, and I think that's also why you notice that there's been a lot more of the like free cam cutscenes. I'm just gonna call them that because it's the best way I can think to disambiguate them. You see more and more and more of them, right? I would say, I know it's not realistic, but boy would I love some retroactive voice acting for, even just things like role quests, like role quests would do a lot. Role quests, job quests, maybe just some key things. Huh, we'll do Hildebrand. My good fellow. They attacked you too, didn't they? I had no choice. They're Alamegan, not even conscripts by the look of them. Barely adults, in fact. Some of their faces look familiar. Wait, I remember. They're from Radiata. They must have seen us when we were looking for Stark. They probably thought the Imperials would reward them if they captured or killed. Oh gods. Lyse and Alphino could be in danger too. We have to get back to Radiata to find Nago. Should I do so many races, even with two genders in their own animations? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like, the amount of clipping they already allow for is pretty wild. And also, you know. We're soon going to have, what? 16 options? Because, what? 5 races plus Alra, Vera, Hrothgar. So 8. Yeah, 16. I play 14 with the controller because I just can't get used to use keyboard and mouse. Hey, if you make it work, you make it work. I mean, it's great that it allows for that, right? What's all this about? You two looking for the twins? You were ambushed by the villagers outside of Radiata, and I thought they might try to attack you. Are you alright? We're fine. Twins are at Stark's. Lyse was asleep, but at last I checked. Sorry, you didn't say you were ambushed by villagers, not soldiers? Did they not see what we just did to Castrum Abina? Goddamn fools. Lyse, Elio, we heard you overheard you talking. The ones that attacked you, they were young, less than 20 summers. Aye, I thought so. It's always the young ones. The ones who only ever known the occupation. They're the ones they've got to look out for. See, the only decent work to be found in Radiata is for the Imperials, and everyone knows it. Children grow up knowing it. They have pounded it into their skulls, and the best they can hope for is to serve as an Imperial officer. Bloody fools. After everything they've seen us accomplish, they ought to be begging for the fight the resistance, not against it. They've been living in the shadow of the castrum their whole lives. A few victories won't change that. Aye, you've got some who can't wait to spit in a soldier's eye, but they've get beaten for their trouble, or worse. Even so. And ones that don't fight back but refuse to beg, well, they just starve. Beat the dog that bites them in his master's hands, and ignore the dog that refuses to do his bidding, see? In the end, the ones that learn to abide are the ones that survive. Now, you may say that's all about to change, and I believe you. Many here do. But a young man or woman who grew up only knowing what he knows is they've got every reason to doubt. Remember that. Do what you have to do if it comes to it, but remember that. The sooner we liberate Alamigo and bring an end to the occupation, the better. Only then can we show these youths the things that do not have to be this way. Only then will they know what it means to live free. We're going to build a new home for ourselves, together, and a better home than they've ever known. Ba-da-bum-bum. The lady in red. Oh, hey, we're gonna get the scene, guys. I've been thinking, if Lyse needs more time to heal, maybe we should move her to Ralger's Reach. She can receive much better care there. After all, our infirmary is probably the best place for her, short of sending her to Gridania. Indeed, given what Mistress Woad has told us, I would rather she did not remain here. Then it's settled. Nago, go and see about getting us a carriage and an escort. Alphino, you should get your sister ready for the journey. Elio, would you mind going on ahead and telling Aurel that we're on our way? I want a bed waiting for Lyse when she arrives. Thanks. I totally forgot that the reason that you go back to Ralger's Reach was actually to transport Lyse. Yeah, Job and Roll West would be awesome to be voiced, and yeah, Hildebrand Quest would be fantastic to have voices for, yeah. Yells and complaining about the game enforcing a gender binding will tilt it the wimps will melt forever. Tam, I know, I hear ya, I do. I can't say it bugs me as much, especially because it's so easy to headcanon, but I understand, and I do. I empathize for you, and I hope that someday they just allow for a gender-neutral option. The problem with that being now that the amount of that they would have to go back and retroactively voice act, because they do use gendered pronouns in the voice acting. Do Midlander or Highlander have separate animations? In some cases, not usually. that I know of. They may have completely the same. I swear there's at least a couple that are a little bit different. I may be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. I was always wondering if white-haired coloration was something unique to those who grew up in Sharlayan, or if it's just pure coincidence and it's that most Scions have white hair. That's a good question. Seeing as, like, Thancred and others who didn't grow up in Sharlayan tend to have it, I have to think that it's just a byproduct of, like, bias of character... Bias, but of the character designers. Also, I think about, like, Thancred's hair is white, the Alphinaud's hair is white, but also, like... Urianger's hair is gray, right? So, and we see plenty of people in Sharlayan that's not the case for. Yeah, I originally played 14 on PS4, but made the swap to PC this year. Nice. Thancred did not grow up in Sharlayan. Yes, that's true. Yep. Well, I mean, depends on what you mean grew up. Grew up to, like, what, 10 or so, and then ended up switching over to Sharlayan from Limsa. But yes, you're right. Played 14 on controller since I started. Find it much easier. Tam, I'm curious. Do you do Savage on a controller? I'm curious if you've had any problems with that. Do you require my assistance? Very well. We'll make ready to receive the patient at once. Give me a hand, would you? You were attacked by 3 youths? Youths. There, all crisp and freshly laundered. Yes, Midlander and Highlander woman definitely have some different animations. No idea about men. Yeah, okay, Ray. Thank you for, like, if anyone's gonna know, Ray's gonna know. So that definitely confirms it. They have at least slightly different skeletons. Yeah, that makes sense. The only problem I have with controllers is targeting in crowd situations. Well, okay, I guess then that isn't as big a problem for Savage, because usually most Savages are single target. Raiji, good to see you, glad to have you. We're here. Is everything in order? Right, we're bringing her in. Honestly, Alphino, you needn't have gone to all this trouble. What can I say? It seemed a good way to discourage you from limping off to battle when my back was turned. Listen to Aurelia, please. You need your rest. I know. Any news of Krile? She'll be cross if you make her wait too long, as will I. Ha! A chilling prospect indeed. I'll find her, sister, and I'll fight twice as hard for the both of us. They're good together, and when they're not at each other's throats. I miss that feeling. Elio, I have a favor to ask. Would you mind waiting outside for me? I won't be a moment. Alphino's a good fighter. But yeah, you're not wrong, Tim. I feel dungeons before. Same, I have no issues with targeting. I feel dungeons before. Yeah. I'm more, you know, like, there's no content in this game that I don't think even I could, like, pick up controller and be able to do. I think the only content that I worry about being able to handle is controlling in Savage content. Jolly doing the quests all along with me. That's interesting that they picked Sultana Dreaming.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Well, what do you think? I know it's a bit old-fashioned, but in a traditional sort of way, Ida wore it whenever she could. Not that I'm pretending to be her or anything. Not again. It's just, if this is the last battle we fight to free Mhigo, then she ought to be a part of it.
It's a great outfit. It does suit her.
It's nice of you to say so. And a bit embarrassing. But mostly nice. Anyway, the real reason I asked you here was to sneak in a warm-up before the final battle. There's this place I know where monks used to spar as part of their training. Care to join me?
Yep. Yes, you can, Shyam. Stay with controller on cousin camera and keyboard and mouse is odd for me. Yeah. I mean, I would say there's always a learning curve. You know? Healing dungeons or alliance raid isn't so bad, except trying to target other alliance members, though I can scroll through that with the L. Yeah. I love playing keyboard. I love playing with controller for like most games, for a lot of games, but MMOs I've always preferred keyboard and mouse. Wait, what? Is this pre-read? No, okay. Oh, right, because the dawn. Kiss, 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 fight, fight, fight. Maybe we got a little carried away, but you have to admit that was fun. Oh, look, I'm not gonna say that it's like euphemistic, but literally the lady in red, everything here is a little euphemistic. Thank you, Elio. You're the best kind of friend. The kind that will, the kind that's not afraid to knock some sensitive. It's a great cutscene. I love that shot of the sun rising. I think I used that in a video a while ago. Now that Lyse settled in, it's time we rejoin the fight. Though actually, mayhap you and Alfino should go on ahead without me. I need to talk strategy with the officers, and that might take a while. Aggressive makeout check. Look, but don't look. Who wants a boring makeout session, right? Like, don't we all want our passions to be, you know, passionate? I ship it, Dest. Well, now you have the sticker for it too, because we have stickers of all our emotes over on Redbubble, and Dest just bought some sloppy stickers. To me, building muscle memory and controller is more intuitive than, yeah. If it works for you, it works for you. I just feel limited by, so like the thing is, I like to be able to control my camera. I like to have a much more, I have a much more precise ability to control my camera and how I move, because I control my camera while doing everything at the same time. And while you can do that, obviously with dual joystick, it's not the same kind of precision. And for some games it doesn't matter, and for some it does. For me, I'm sure I could, like, honestly, one of these days it would be fun to like do like stream for a week and just only use controller and like get used to that for 14 and be like, okay, like understand and get decent with it. That would be fun. Maybe we'll do that sometime. Ah, there you are, Leo. What was it that Lyse wanted of you? She just wanted a quick battle. A sparring match on the Destroyer's very palm. I would have liked to have seen that. But she's right. We've lingered here long enough. I'm ready to depart when you are. Take care, you two. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And you had better not rise from that bed until you are given express permission to do so. Eorzean will be paying you a visit soon, and he's already worried enough as is. We have a long road ahead of us. Lead the way, Elio. Daniel, I won't be here long, but happy I could catch from the stream. Well, it's always good to have you, Daniel. Good to see you, glad to have you, and I hope you enjoy while you're here. And if you want, I will appreciate it if you catch the VOD. The movement itself, I find more precise, even if camera is less precise. I don't. Anything I am about to say, do not take as me saying you're wrong. I don't know how that could be though, when like a thumbstick is just literally less precise than the binary of a keystroke. Is it less precise, or is it because it's more familiar, you currently have more precision with it? I mean, I guess it's what you're saying. The movement I find more precise, right? Like, you are saying that. But also what you were saying about aggressive makeouts, laughs in Sadu fan club. Yeah, yeah. I don't think Sadu would ever be able to do anything but any kind of love-making Sadu would do is aggressive. Like, we can all agree on that. MMOs, I tend to favor mouse and keyboard. Other games, it depends on the game and stuff, but sometimes I use mouse and keyboard, others I will use controllers. I'm the same, Raiji. Like every FromSoft game, controller all the way. God of War Ragnarok, controller all the way. What are some other mouse and keyboards? It just really depends. Yeah, it really is game to game. I think the other thing is I much prefer engaging with UI. At least MMO UI, even 14's UI, with mouse and keyboard than I do with controller. Which is interesting, I guess, because it shouldn't be that. It's not that different. But I don't know. There's something about being able to, like, shortcut keybinds for all my different, like, menus and stuff. And also, something about the amount of buttons I have to press. I much prefer having each thing on a button rather than combination of buttons. I guess that's kind of funny, though, because I use Shift 1, 2, 3s now, so, like, even that's not necessarily true. I think part of it's just familiarity. Same way people are liking controllers. I've been playing MMOs on keyboard for 20 years? 18 years? I'm so used to controller, but I'm slowly getting used to keyboard and mouse. Yeah, it takes time. It absolutely takes time to, like, switch over. Movement I find is more precise, even as the camera's less precise. Yeah. I think the thing is, for me, camera is so much a movement. Like, a lot of times I'll just be holding W, but I'll be moving by using my camera to, like, aim where I'm going. Or I won't even, like, be using WASD. I will just be moving forward with left and right mouse button both pressed. So, like, it's yeah. Just finished watching the dog while listening to the stream so far. Nice! Drying all that fur is exhausting. What kind of dog is it, AC? And I feel you. Deadpool is luckily pretty easy to wash. His top coat usually dries pretty fast. I thought most MMOs designed for mouse keyboard, unlike... Oh. I'm not sure what... most MMOs are designed for mouse and keyboard, Daniel, though, to the first party point. I didn't get to read the second part before you retracted it. I mean, also the mouse for a bunch of stuff, because I'm sitting at my computer with a controller, also movement being character relative, camera relative. I mean, I also use the mouse for a bunch of stuff because I'm sitting at my computer with a controller. Okay. Okay. Also movement being character relative versus camera relative. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think yeah, it's interesting. I do need to at some point switch from what I'm on modern versus legacy or whatever the terminology they use for controls is called. What is it? Is it no. Standard version. I may need to switch to legacy at some point because of the benefit of it for for tanking. There's a really big benefit of being able to toss your range attacks. You are returned. How fares your sister Alfino? Her rapier wit remains undulled, for better or for worse. Have there been any developments in our absence? I'm proud to say that Castrum Abina is now wholly under our control. At present, we're taking stock of the enemy's supplies and redistributing them amongst our men. Also, while sifting through the officer's documents, we learned that a unit of skulls under Fordola's command passed through Castrum en route to the capital, with a single prisoner in their custody. Krile, it has to be her. In all likelihood, yes. You'll be glad to hear that the tunnel leading to the locks has been secured by our soldiers and is now safe for travel. And one final piece of good news. Reinforcements from all 4 Alliance nations have arrived and joined the main host, which has established a new base of operations within the locks. Commander Hex should be arriving soon, yes? When she does, we will call a meeting to discuss the final stage of Ralger's Beacon. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. An Alamegan folk dress. How very fitting and, well, fitting, I might add. I wanted to do something for Yida and for myself. Okay, but like fighting in that like as a monk, there's no way at some point you don't deal with a nip slip, right? This is it, Fen. The last push. We're coming, Krile. I love the music for the zone. Yeah, Daniel? It's not one of my favorites, but that's good. I always love finding out that like musics that aren't like my number ones or like, oh, it's cool, it's whatever, is actually loved by other people. It makes me feel less like, oh, there's like just highs and lows and it's more just like about tastes. I like Locks. I think of the 3 Gearbonians, Locks is definitely my favorite coming up. I like the camera relative legacy types and options, yeah. It just feels wrong to me, but like there are active benefits that I can acknowledge.
I remember my father's words, how they rang in my ears as we left Castra Mabania behind and looked out over the locks before us. Comrades brave and true, they had come from all across Eorzea to stand with us, to stand against oppression and tyranny. 20 years the Empire had ruled us, but no longer. Liberty or death. Liberty or death.
Ere we begin, I would say to you as a proud son of Mhigo that I am grateful to each and every one of you for your part in this endeavor.
Me too, Xian.
To the heart of the matter. The enemy appears content to remain within the city walls and await the inevitable siege. Open conflict has been sporadic thus far. Whether Zenos is biding his time until reinforcements arrive, or attempting to bait us into a trap, none can say. We know better than to trust his word.
Regardless, we can ill afford to present Garlemald with a chance to ready her legions. It would be in our best interest to press for a swift resolution.
Summit, we are good to see you, glad to have you, and
wouldn't be good for the
1-to-1 everything you just said, 100% feel the same.
You know who'll starve first.
Totally agree.
Just so. Therefore, I propose we commit our forces to an all-out assault. What say you?
I adore the Burns theme. It might be my I can't say it's my favorite dungeon theme because of certain Endwalker dungeon themes, but
'twould seem we are of one mind. Then let us proceed to the how of it.
definitely my favorite 4.0.
The immortal flames will form the vanguard, supported by the archers and the conjurers of the Order of the Twin Adder, under the Elder Seedseer's command. Once the main host has cleared a path to the walls, we will bring forward the artillery of the Maelstrom and the Temple Knights. I would have your cannons pound the gates and punch a hole right through the middle of their defenses.
What about the resistance?
I think people are saying pizza, Auroria.
Your part will be to occupy the residential district and keep civilians out of harm's way. The people are more like to trust their own.
I do like that they go
Of
through their
course.
plans.
You can count on us.
Remember that there is a second entrance to the city proper there. If all goes to plan, we will have secured 2 points of entry. Once both objectives are complete, we press on into the city, surround the palace, and hunt down Zenos.
It's interesting that Enzar is here, but the Twin Adders guy isn't.
As for the Scions, you will be held in reserve as an irregular unit until we have more intelligence on your captured comrade. Krile's rescue will be your primary concern, but I dare say we'll find a use for you once her freedom has been secured.
Thank you, General. I pray we find her quickly.
Rhalga's beacon nears its end. Soon, my friends, Mhigo will be ours once more.
Ooh, that's a good shot. God, what I would not give to have a fucking free cam for this game. Oh man, if I had a free cam, wow. Okay, to be fair, if I had a free cam in this game, it would take me a month to do it would take me well over a month to do every video. Because I would just make beautiful, 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 beautiful shot after beautiful shot. Double-sided tape. Yeah, legacy movement I can move, however, while keeping the camera where I want. A good example of useful is the second boss of Copy Factory. I keep my camera aimed at the wall. Yeah, it's just like not how my brain thinks about physical space, but Tam, I've heard multiple people say the exact same thing. Shadowbringers Nightwalk for music, yeah, Shion, I'm with you. Like, Shadowbringers Nightwalk for music is just phenomenal. There are a lot of high notes in the music prior to it. Like, there's a lot of high notes in ARR through Stormblood, but just the overall Shadowbringer Nightwalker hits fucking slap. Honestly's outfit's more suited to be ceremonial than battle ready, isn't it? I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, I guess, but also, like, you see so many things like that in this game where there's... And the thing is, it does flow, right? Like, it's not... The trail is short enough that she... Yeah. You're not wrong. Now, Lyse does get a lot more screen time from now onwards, but it's too little too late. Yeah, and Daniel, we've been talking about that a lot. Like, the problem is that Lyse does not get enough time to develop into the first third. I think the stuff that they actually do in I think the stuff that they almost really do step onwards is fine. I think the step onwards is fine. I think the biggest problem with Lyse is not giving her enough strong characterization in the first third. Yeah, Summit, totally agree with you on that. Yeah, Burn music is so good. Stormblood music is also good, but not on the same level as Shadowbringer Endwalker. Yeah. Any ideas for food? Yeah, we decide on pizza. Pound the gates and punch the hole. It's time to, guys, we gotta go about punching them, fisting them holes. LDO, as a Midwesterner, do you prefer Chicago-style pizza or order for New York? So it depends, Daniel. It depends. Do you mean Chicago style in terms of like actual Chicago style, like pizza sauce on the top and all that? Because that nonsense is garbage. Do I prefer New York then? Well, honestly, Brooklyn I don't like that much. What I prefer is give me like a deep dish. Like, give me like a deep dish Chicago, something like a Jets pizza, right? I want my pizza to be thick. I want it to be doughy and thick, but I want it to be like traditional sauce, cheese topping. You know? But beyond that, like, give me a pan pizza, you know? Don't give me none of that thin crust bullshit. Garbage. I'm gonna get a lot of people angry at me for that. Pizza it is with s'mores pies. I'm sorry for not talking much. No one's ever gotta talk. I'm always appreciative when you guys do, but yeah, we're gonna some continuing education, keep my license practice active. Yeah. Just glad to have you around, Aurora. Speaking of work, heading off for now. Have fun streams. Tam, see ya. Have a good time. Sorry I missed you. I'm worried my dog is still scoot. Oh, actually, sorry. You, AC, you said that they were... What type of creature? He's part Chihuahua, but has the coat of a golden retriever. What? About the size of a small, close to medium-sized breed. He basically looks like a small golden retriever with a Chihuahua facial features. That's an interesting dog you got there. Speaking of... If you think of a pizza, you get yourself a Sicilian. Get yourself a Sicilian, yeah. Yeah, I go to Rocky Rococo's. I'm a big fan of Rocky Rococo's. Thick pizza. Thick, you say? Yes, I like my pizza like I like my women. Thick. The stage is set and the players are assembled. Eorzean has come at last to drive the invaders from her lands. What would grandfather say if you were with us here today? Oh, I wish we had an option to say something, because I actually would love to give a nod to like what Louis would say. For all our other accomplishments, Krile remains in the hands of our enemy, and I find myself wondering if I could have done more. Though we know not that she was taken into the city, we find nothing which might tell us where she is being held. You know, you could just ask me. Thancred, what have you learned? I shall spare you the particulars of my infiltration and simply state that I have seen her with my own eyes. She's being held within the residential district, south of the city proper. I tracked her to the ruins of the old temple of the Fist of Ralgar, within which the Imperials have constructed a research facility. A research facility? What manner of research? Why, methods of imbuing Garleans with the power to manipulate Aether, in pursuit of which goal their scientists have, I am sorry to report, performed many questionable experiments on living subjects. What? Calm down, Elfino. We've already been tasked with securing the Alamecan quarter. This just gives us the reason to do it faster. I entered and exited the facility by stowing aboard the Imperial transports, but the method is not suitable for larger forces, and it goes without saying that a direct assault on the rather substantial main gates would be ill-advised. I think I might know someone who can help. One of my men, had he not had an idea about how to get into the city, actually. It might be best if I let him explain it himself. It's been a while. I'll not take offense if you don't remember. Might even be glad of it. Aligahana, am I right? Aye, Whisker's the name. I was raised in the Peaks, but my mom grew up in the city. Or any road. I reckon we can get inside the Alamecan quarters by way of Loch Seld. What? How? It was a story my mom told us, which made me think of it. She was always going about what life was like when she was a girl, see? How they used to have to boil the water from the well before they could drink it, since it was full of salt. They were drawing salt water from the lochs, which means there must be an underwater tunnel or something. Aye, that's it, but it won't be simple as going for a swim. The well was closed, see? Apparently Theodric decided one day he wanted to control the water supply and forbade water trading. So even if you come up through it, you'll find yourself on the wrong side of the locked gate. At the time, my grandfather, being an enterprising sort, befriended a guard and lifted the key from his belt, made a copy and carried on selling water until the Imperials invaded, and he ended up working at the Saltery. In short, we need your grandfather's key, assuming he still has it. I'm certain he does. I can take you to him, but it'll be dangerous. Don't you worry about that. We're used to dangerous. Nago and Arenvald will assemble a squadron while the rest of us go and get that key. Whatever they call Chicago is a casserole. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Who do I have to murder for some stuffed crust pizza right now? Papa John's. You could murder Papa John's and order Papa John's, and then you'll have stuffed crust pizza. Or Pizza Hut. Honestly, Pizza Hut's pizza is garbage, but their stuffed crust is fire. I'm a New York pizza fan, but I understand the love for deep dish. To be fair, I do love a good Brooklyn. Like, give me like a good Brooklyn style mac and cheese pizza, and I'll be there for it. So I do have a breadth, but typically I like doughy. I love thin crust pizza so much that I'm sorry, Shion. I'm sorry. It just won't work between us. No, but I'm glad you do. I'm glad, I'm glad there's a breadth of different types of tastes. I like my pizza like I like my woman, slathered in cheese sauce and topped with meat. Okay, Tam. Okay. I would keep an eye on it, though. Oh, talking about yeah. I'm worried my dog is still in the carpet despite being washed. Should I, or is he just itchy? That happens sometimes. So keep an eye on it, but that happens sometimes when dogs can have a bath. It's sometimes that's very commonly a thing that happens after getting washed. No one demands I can order you a Pizza Hut from each time. I'm sorry, demands. I too would resort to murder if I couldn't afford pizza. Oh, mood. Pizza is some good garbage, though. It is garbage, but it is good garbage. I will not argue that. Demands. Brooklyn pepperoni. My favorite pepperoni is the spicy pepperoni, like the ones that like to come like little like thick cups, like that are spicy. Like those are the best. Pizza is so good, though. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's garbage. Come on, Dust. I live in North Texas country. I don't have the luxury of choice. Oh, I love good spicy BBQ chicken pizza. You know what? I'm such a basic bitch with pizza. Just give me pepperoni. Like literally, the only two pizzas I ever want are pepperoni and mac and cheese. Those are the only ones I ever care for. Like I'll eat some of the others, but the only ones I ever want are pepperoni and mac and cheese. Similar boat. Yeah, because Des, you're in the same, but you're over up in the northeast coast, separated from... Des, are you on an island? Is that correct? Closest pizza place is an hour away. To be honest, so am I. Yeah. All this talk makes me consider getting... Everyone's just ordering pizza. Everybody. Pizza for everyone. Just make this stream funding goal pizza for pizza party. Zach, good to see you. Glad to have you. Yeah, we're about to go through the Saltery. Yep. I've never had a really good calzone. I've had calzones, but I've never had a really good one. I caught one of your streams. I really enjoyed your lore videos. Thank you, especially the interspecies relationships into the Edge lyric meaning. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. I hope you continue to enjoy the new ones. We've got Lyrical Lore Scream should be coming out tomorrow. It may come out late, because I was sick, so there's some final tuning I might want to do, retuning. But I think it'll be out. It should be out tomorrow. So for those of you who are excited for Lyrical Lore Scream, it's gonna be a good time. Taco Bell is also garbage. But I'll eat that garbage gladly. Exactly. You should have good Spanish food choices. There's no good Spanish food up here. Well, we have Lagos tacos, but it's not good. That's not good. That's American tacos. It's not real tacos. Now, guys, I'm talking about food. I'm gonna have to order all the pizza. Yep, Carly. Carly, good to see you. Glad to have you. Do they have a good pizza in Britain, Ray Ray? It's Britain. They don't have any good food. Oh, Ray Ray is gonna be so mad. Oh my God, we're just now going crazy. All you have to do is bring up food. Now everybody's going crazy. They do not have good pizza in the UK. It's sad. Your high school snack bar made calzones. They were so fucking good. That's surprising and also good. I live in Georgia, so I'm not far from Little Caesars. Dude, she on Little Caesars talking about cheap garbage. The cheapness, there is a direct, Little Caesars is delicious because of its cheapness, and I love it. I love it deeply. She has fish and chips. Yeah, but if you live it by so I live in the Midwest, right? And I live by the Great Lakes, so we have great fish and chips here. So she doesn't even have that over us. We have lots of good food. Yeah, lots of good food if you like boiled things. Oh God, I'm gonna make Ray Ray so mad. Haven't found a calzone I like more yet. I've been out of school for 13 years. Oh, that's hell. Let's not waste any more time then, shall we? My mom said Granddad kept the keep with him at all times as a lucky charm. If he hasn't got it then, well, then we'll cross the bridge when we come to it. Ready, Elio? Why, we may have a deal with a few Imperial patrols or worse. Dude, if I've slayed gods, I should be able to cut a portcullis in half. I'm spoiled for pizza because I'm in the middle of Pizza Belt in Mid-Atlantic. Nice. The Saltery's not far. Follow me. Oh, I love that they added it even for Whisker. They must have gone through every single one in the game. That's super cool. I wonder if an artist did those, or I wonder if that's a filter over top of the models. People can get banned from Discord, you know. You're gonna start by banning me, Ray Ray? You're gonna ban me from the YouTube channel as well. Have a good one, Daniel. Always wanted to try Neapolitan pizza since as a New Yorker, well, that's kind of says for itself. Yeah, not personally a fan, but also I'm a basic bitch, so take my pizza flavors with a lot of grains of salt. As much salt as the locks have. Definitely not texting my brother to stop little by little so he's on his way home from a doctor's appointment. Hey, it's like $6 for a pizza. The MSQ mentioned Saltery later, and I was like, what? Where? Yeah. We're here, but this isn't right. Where is everyone? I love that this element, words of the Alliance advance, has surely reached their ears. Mayhap they have sought refuge elsewhere? We should search the buildings for clues. I love that this element comes back up in 4.x. The rebuilding aspect is such a nice... Long ago, extra thick, 30 minutes or it's free. Oh, that hurt my voice. I guess, yeah, that would be the easiest way. You just fill up a barrel full of saltwater brine and just let it evaporate. The other depressing thing, we get Pizza Hut, and it's like $25. Like, if you get it delivered? I mean, because if it's here and you get, like, a large pizza and, like, a 2-liter and get it delivered, it's $25. But, like, is that if you, like, go in? Where's the gate key? I have no gate key. Fezzik tears arm up. Dude, I love Princess Bride. Princess Bride's awesome. Said, I mean, like, controversial statement there, right? I love the meat lovers and pepperoni pizza. I guess just like the sauce and the cheese and the dough is already enough. I just want like a simple one. I'm only ever really want like one topping. That's okay, Elio. I'm pretty basic when it comes to pizza myself. Only difference is that I can't stand red sauce and usually go with garlic parmesan sauce. Yeah, you know what's interesting, Elias? I can't stand red sauce. Magitech device suddenly springs to life. Flash. All right, which one of you triggered the obvious traps? Did it always do that? Can someone help me? On your guard, Magitech drones approaching. I swear to God, the first time I played this, it did not make that effect. May I have half a dozen? Elio, keep Whisker alive, would you? 7 hells. Could do some help. Am I crazy? I swear to God, it didn't always do that. Now I want to like go check old footage of 4.0.
Ready?
Away with you!
Excuse me for a second. Especially with being sick, I have less ability to swap between everything. I want to make sure I don't accidentally screw things up. Neopatol is simple as it gets. Quest as simple as it gets. It's just tomato, cheese, and basil and olive. Really? Yeah. I mean, then that sounds. I mean, like, how could you go wrong? The quest helped me remember that Mhigo had a salt industry. It came in quite handy later on. See, it helps pay attention to lore. It does. It's also hyper relevant. I mean, like, not even just because of like 4.x, but you think about like, I mean, it makes sense, right? It just like if you look at the locks, it makes sense. I do think that the lock. I don't know if the locks is my favorite map, but I do love. I do find the like locks themselves such a striking element of the of Mhigo and of Garabania, I guess. How are y'all using Discord to chat here? I'm a big dumb with computers. We are. No, this is YouTube chat. Now then, where were we? There's a local place near me that doesn't like specialty pizzas, that does like specialty pizzas, but unique toppings, and it's so good, but it's so far away. I feel like every place I know here either does specialty pizzas or is like a franchise. Like there's no in between. Delivery is like $2. Delivery here is expensive. Delivery here is like $5. In the wake of the ambush, you find the diary belonging to the laborer. The last entry makes mention of a plan to take shelter in the Sali Monastery. The Sali Monastery, that's to the south. I'll lead the way. Not after that ambush, you won't. It's too dangerous. Elio will follow you. Keep your eyes peeled for Magitech. Welcome back, Deathberry. Since DSR already exists as an alternate universe that Horseman lives to delve deeper into, do you think Horseman would join the Scions in the 7th Dawn or just stay as a side character in Ishgard? That's a great question. That's a great question, Zach. I like that question. I think you can really easy justify it both ways, because the thing is that he has a duty to the Knights of Ishgard and to his home, and I don't think he'd renounce that, but I do think what you would see instead of him immediately joining you... Okay, I think there's two possibilities. I think is 3.3 happens, or the events that happen in DSR happen, and because of it, again, well, it depends. Does 3.3 happen the way does the DSR universe happen? We have to assume the DSR universe happens, right? I guess, do we assume that everything plays out the same way? Oh, so many things are going to play out different after that. I think the thing is that with Nidhogg defeated and the Dragonsong War ended, I do think that there would be room for him to join the Scions. For him to leave his post. And I think that makes a lot of sense. I also can see him, though, deciding to stay with his own, but then even if they did that, I would just say he'd become a Scion later on. They just wait an expansion or two. That would be my pitch. I returned. Sorry I had to go to work stuff. Yeah, no worries. Going to be lurking for a while to finish paperwork. Not a problem, guys. You're always welcome to come and go. Thank you, it's queer device. It was made for me. Yeah. My favorite pizza from my favorite local place is white pie. God, you guys go. I should just bring up pizza as a topic of conversation more often. A lot of things have changed since Endwalker came out. Yeah. Calista, good to see you. Glad to have you. I think this chat is deciding my dinner. Hello, everyone. Sorry it was late for me to respond, but obviously we've got a lot to go through. Okay, I'm gonna read this real quick. Yeah, Marguerite is one type of Neapolitan. You love how Aku talks? I mean, who doesn't? So dramatic and drawn out. Yeah, he is a top tier troll. Neapolitan means me from Naples, and greetings have come from Italy. Cool. Zacha still has responsibilities to Ishgard, so he might have to stay. Yep, made all those points. I'm just seeing a little archive symbol by my name. Thought you all had it synced somehow. No. Yeah, so it's not from Naples, area of Italy. It's just sparkling pizza. Horsefont and Ysayle could be potential members. Yeah, if Ysayle survived, could she be a potential member? I think absolutely. Although you'd have to think about what happens in the wake of DSR and the loss of Hraesvelgr. She might play a bigger role in trying to harbor peace between the dragons as a major element of her story. So she may be playing ambassador more than anything. But Omega Hraesvelgr is dead, so he will save us from the end. So how will he save us from the end from Omega? Well, so a couple of possibilities. Omega can just, well, okay, so we can't talk about that obviously because spoilers, Zatch, but it can play out differently. My point, what I would say to that is, think about it. Think about how different DSR is. The fundamental situation we end up with in Omega may not even have us in the interdimensional rift. Like, you know. Someone made screenshots of Ysayle in the Rising Stones, imagining how she would be as a Scion. She does have the Echo after all. Yeah. Although, to be fair, like, there's not many of the Scions don't. I posted Glamour, like, using the Discord. Cool, Shion, yeah. And don't forget, guys, if you aren't a part of a Discord, you should definitely come join. You definitely come join it. You know, it's mainly community, right? If you want help doing stuff, it's good for that. You want to talk about lore, it's good for that. You want to just talk to people about 14 or other stuff, it's good for that. We'd love to have you. And after that, instead of Emmanuel and Horsefont joins us in the Ilsbergian contingent. Yeah. So you know what? Maybe that's a way to do it. Horsefont stays and works with Ysayle to like try and repair things and try and make Ishgard better with it because of the amount of destruction that would have come about from Thornton. And then after Endwalker, he joins us. Because that is mostly been taken care of. The broader Eorzean is united, and a lot of the main threats are dealt with. And so he joins the Infiltrating contingent, and then after that, having journeyed with us again, he decides that he can't not continue to journey with us. There you go. The monastery is just past the gates. Keep going. No, but Zatch, it's a good topic of conversation, and if you want to talk about it over in the Discord, I would love to there. Feel free to at me with the topic of conversation. And yeah, remember guys, if you have a thing you want to talk about, especially lore-wise, don't be afraid to at me about it, because otherwise I tend to not have time to check it constantly. So I may miss things. And it just makes it easier on me if I have like a notification that I know I just need to check in when I have time. But the yeah, I miss Horsefont so much. I miss him too. I guess I'm just also of the mind that for me, it's always more powerful for people, like we all have to go. And for someone to go doing something about the utmost importance and of doing something that they believe in wholeheartedly, how can you not love them all the more for it and respect them all the more for it? You know? So like, I miss him too, and I don't mean to undermine that, but I take peace and solace that he got to go down not only being a hero, but doing exactly what he wanted to do. You know? Something tall, dark, and imperial appears to be blocking the entrance. Gods damn it, I don't think there's a way around. Then we'll just have to go through him. Look, I think those two devices are shield generators. I'll keep the machine occupied. Elio, be a good chap and destroy the generators before it rips off my head, please. We all do, yeah. Rachel, good to see you, glad to have you. Neo, good to see you, glad to have you. Horsefont hours? Horsefont hours? What? The number of times the game brings up, it's hard to get a chance to miss him. I don't know, I guess 'tis done. See how it falters, Belibor, the brute. I don't know, for people I've lost in my life, when just because like I see a picture of them, or hear them in a video or a quote or something, it's a reminder, but it still can make me miss them all the more. So I guess, like, to me, missing someone isn't a byproduct of not being reminded of them. Maybe you feel differently. I miss Wilfred. He was cool until the sneering Lalfell Yuhase killed him. Wilfred had potential to be a side character like the other side Scions. That's interesting. I haven't heard that as much about Wilfred, Zach, but I don't disagree. I liked Wilfred too. Oh, I was 100% joking. Oh. I'm bad. The internet. Look. He won't be getting up after that. Now, let's go find our man. It's hard to tell with text. Also, sometimes people just say things that are like, they deeply see differently than me on. So. I always pick the smile better suits a hero option. This is it. The monastery. They have to be around here somewhere. Chrissy, good to see you, glad to have you. What? What? It's me, Whisker, your grandson. Whisker? But Relgar, is that really you? Oh, good to see you, glad to have you. Oh, it's good to see you alive and well, lad. But who are the other ones? The Resistance, Grandad. My, comrades in arms. Have a good one, Zach. Have a good time in class. She told you all about me thumbing my nose at the Mad King, did she? That sod never caught me neither. It wasn't much, but it was my way of rebelling against his rule. Glad to see you got higher aspirations. Here, make our family proud. I will, I swear. Ralgar as my witness. Have fun storming the classroom. One of the interesting things about Wilfred is that there's a lot of the ARR that is just kind of blur. People don't remember, but people remember Wilfred. Not his name, but they remember the quest. Yeah, Kill Hall, I find that that's generally true. I know that was true for me. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's heartbreaking. Because he wanted to do what was right and paid the cost for it. I was worried when he wasn't at the Sultry, but we found him in the end. Now that we've got the key, it's time to find the underwater tunnel. The Resident. We'll need to dive into the locks and look for the tunnel leading beneath the residential district. That should be no problem for Elio and me, thanks to the Kojine's blessing. But for the rest of you, I'll have you know that I can hold my breath for 10 minutes. Oh, this is my favorite part of the song. Oh, so good. I think it's best that I support Mhigo and the Anvald unit. Oh, right. You can't swim. I am aware of that, thank you, but it is neither here nor there, given that I lack both the Kojin blessing and Thancred's preternatural lung capacity. Right, of course. I didn't mean anything by it. Nothing at all. So, Elio, Thancred, and me, let's head to the water's edge. Alvino and Whisko can rejoin the others and wait outside the gate for us to let them in. Same for me. Shion, you're heading out? If so, have a good one, unless you're saying something, unless you're saying the same thing about Wilrib. Ray, thank you for doing your job. And V, thank you for doing your job. And if you Discord the channel specifically, I'm more stuff. Thank you, Demins. Yeah, guys, thank you for being very helpful. Closed ears are nice forever. Yeah, there are people in here I know for a fact who have not finished Endwalker. Basically, the safe thing to do is don't say anything that comes after the point we are in MSQ. I've been playing for 2 years and I haven't finished Shadowbringers yet. Interesting. How come, Kakurati? How'd you say it? Kakurati? Have you been caught up in other side quests? Have you just been taking your time? I'd be fascinated to know. Yes, and listen for if you can recognize. Yeah, no. It's very clear who that god is. Yeah. I remember the first time I saw that, I'm like, oh, okay, they just did a Stydian's VA. He literally is just doing a Stydian's voice with a little more gravel, too. It's fun. It's so funny. I know who you're talking about. About Wilfred. Cool. You get lost in the gold saucer. This looks like a good place as any. Okay. This is not good. I will be straight up. This is one part of Stormblood. This is the part of my thing about like the Resident and stuff where they should have done more to explain that, like, okay, is the reason that Zenos is using magical spells purely about infusions via the techniques he learned from the short stories, or is it because of Aulus's spells? And then also set up Eorzean creating this device way earlier. Because this is effectively Deus Ex Machina. Like, just straight up, just like, hey, you need to think of something for all problem? Here you go. Ere you dive into the briny deep. Eorzean, what are you doing here? Master Alfino informed me of your plan, and thus did I hasten to your side. When Mistress Lyse unfolded to me the tale of her defeat, I was much intrigued by the apparent ease with which Fordola, a thitherto therefore unexpected warrior, defied my lady's every attempt to do her harm. After some few days of deliberation, I subsequently contrived what I believed to be a solution to the problem of her preternatural presence. 'Twas in hopes of furnishing you with the fruits of my labor that I came. Wait, is that Moonbreeder's? Her etheric siphon formed the basis for my design. Should my hypothesis prove correct, you need but activate it in her presence, and say more would endanger the plan, for ignorance is your shield. Ella's an ex machina, yeah. It was Moonbreeder's time. It is not yours, my friend. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, and return. We will, for you and for her. It just comes out of nowhere. I just needed one little setup, like us talking to Eorzean after fighting Fordola, something. Right, I'm going in. Follow me. I'm very surprised I've only been playing 14 a little less than 3 years. Feels like a lot longer in a good way. Yeah, Demins, I feel that. It feels like forever, and no time at all. Oh, dude, this is very rare weather. It's what's it called here? Quick Levin. This is very rare. You rarely see this. Oh, that's lovely. The weather of Rhalgr. Ain't there a famous player who plays 14 only to play Mahjong? What a legend. There are multiple people. I know there are multiple people in the East who just subscribe to play Mahjong because it's like 14 is famous for being one of the best Mahjong simulators around. Deus Ex Eorzean. I don't know, but if there's an if they are, it's they're an absolute gen. I know there are multiple people that is the case for. Oh right, I have to go diving. Yeah, it didn't bother me as much as other stuff, but it's definitely a bit of a whiplash. Yeah, it's not like Look, it's not. I'm not particularly bothered by it. I'm not thrown off. I'm not like what, but it is bad. Like in terms of like it is like not good writing in terms of just like apropos of nothing. Like I appreciate that they're using the etheric siphon. Oh, this music in the water. I just want to take a second to swim with this music. God, this reminds me of Final Fantasy X. Trust mystical element. Do we have any evidence Rhalgr didn't send the comment to Kiribanya? Do we have any specific evidence? There may be that I'm not thinking of, but the main thing I would look to in terms of evidence is mostly the nature of Rhalgr as we understand him now, and the nature of celestial bodies to orbit the planet. I think it's quite possible that Rhalgr's comment was not sent by him, based on what we know about their interventionism and lack therefore of. But I still think there could be room to find out that it was intentional. But it's been a while. I need to replay Mess of the Realm to see if there's a nod. I think there might be a nod towards it at the end there, and see the specific language. Opposite me, I played 14 for less than a year, and my hours are like 22,000. What are my... Oh, my hours on Elio are probably not that high. I wonder what my hours are on my main. It's pretty good for Mahjong mechanically. Q times on NA, not great though, yeah. Speaking of, does anyone know if Robert Vernon actually sounds like Estinian, or is he putting a voice on? Because if it isn't between Estinian and that other character, I fear for his voice box. He does sound like he's not graveling it up that much. I totally know I get what you're asking for, Chrissy. He's not graveling it up that much. I started Stormblood April 2021 and didn't enter Endwalker. Oh, sorry, I actually missed Kakarudi. Being really slow in Stormblood, which is when I started playing through the side quest, and when Endwalker released, I spent some time leveling all classes such as Dark Knight. Yeah, good. I mean, good. Like, embracing the world and getting into it, especially before Shadowbringers, I think is a great idea. Because Shadowbringers is like, once you start on Shadowbringers, you just want to go through that patch content. Once you go through that patch content, you want to go into Endwalker. And Endwalker is so boosted by doing tribal quests, by doing side quests. Like, Endwalker is such a better experience. It's a great experience without it. It is an excellent experience with it. It is so upgrade. It makes it sound like it's not good without it. It's not like it's missing it, but it is bolstered by it for sure. Is there a horse outside? Outside of Demins' place? That's pretty good. He did a Subway commercial. I'd have to look at the other works to check. Yeah, I always started playing 5.3. There are interviews with him, and his voice is pretty normal. He also did like plays other characters that are less gravelly. The tunnel leads east. Thancred's already gone. The tunnel leads east. Thancred's already gone ahead. Let's not keep him waiting. I don't know if you watch Preach Gaming. I do sometimes. Yeah, Preach is. I tend not to watch a bunch of content creators around 14, mostly so because YouTube's kind of like my break time from 14. But I do check in on Preach from time to time. But he did a skit on the scene with Eorzean. Yeah, I've watched each of his opinions on each of them. I find myself more sympathetic with Preach's opinion on Stormblood after replaying it, but I think I'm much more positive on it than he is. There's an Ascian that advertised washing machines. He gravels his voice less after Heaven's Word, I feel. It gets less and less gravelly, definitely. I mean, he's less dark, and I think there's more friendliness to it. Oh, this game can be so beautiful sometimes. I have 3,500 hours in 14. I probably have a few hundred more than that because my brother shares my Steam account and I have to be logged out for play stuff a lot. Demins! Hot damn, that's a hard way to be. I have no idea how many playtime. I have 31 days and 20 hours, so effectively 32 days on Alio. So that's what? 600 hours? Ish? 640 hours ish? No. 720 hours ish. There's 4 horses outside my place, thank you, yeah. The weather is for Ixion, I thought. Oh, for the fate. I see what you're saying. Maybe it is. Maybe that's when it summons. Huh, that was fun. Yes, tremendous fun. Who needs Beastman's blessings anyways? I still can't believe you managed to hold your breath the entire time. It felt like we were down there for hours. Anyway, it's time we let our friends in. Once we head upstairs, we'll need to make our way to the main gates, which are somewhere to the west of here? Forgive me for stating the obvious, but it bears repeating that until we open the gates, we 3 are on our own. It would be in our best interest to avoid guards that easily startle small folk. Obviously, but once our guests have arrived, we'll be free to head towards the research facility where Krile is being held as loudly as we like. Since you've been here before, will you lead the way? Of course, but I will move quickly to see that you do not fall behind. I'll be right back, guys. I need to snibble on my nose. So, I also started 3D printing my next weapon that I'm going to make from Final Fantasy XIV. You know what? I should give you guys clues and let you guys guess it. A horse outside, rubber band song reference. A very, very not safe for work song. Of course you post the not safe for work song, Tam. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, Xion. Yeah, the Ixion stuff's cool. I love the Ixion mount, partly because I'm a very big Final Fantasy X. I'm a huge Final Fantasy X stan. Honestly, Final Fantasy X stan. That's not wrong. I'm a Final Fantasy X simp. That's fair. I'm a huge fan of it. I mean, actually. It is currently blizzarding out right now. Like, I had to trudge through 3 feet of snow in order to get my sodas before stream. It's actually also very, very cold down here. It's like 20 degrees Fahrenheit, which is well below 0 C. I've said in conversations, I quote, "I'm curious, but also fear Elio's playtime on his main." Yeah, it's a lot. I think, what was it? I think last time I checked, it was 24 times 1. The last time I checked was a while ago, and that was 3,500, I think. Nothing left to say then. Let's get to it. Lucky I want snow so I can get a day off school. See, Rachel, here, 3 feet of snow does not mean a snow day, though. Like, the streets are already cleared. The snowplows already came out and cleared the streets. So this is, we would need more snow than this for it to be a snow day. Like, the snow was up to my, like almost approaching my knee when I was walking to the gas station. And it still was not a snow day for the kids. The tunnels was much longer than I anticipated. I'd rather not make the trip again, if it's all the same to you. All said, Elio? If I remember rightly, there's some like guards saying some shit in this that are they're good. I think I'm over 600 days altogether, but I haven't checked my alts. Follow my lead. Stay close and quiet. Wait, patrol. Let them pass. She did things with her tongue you wouldn't believe. I'll introduce you to her if you like. Tumble a savage, you sick bastard. And there is the sexual stuff that they always have in this game. That's the line I was looking for that I remember them saying. Sentry, get to cover. I'll deal with him. And Castor Albin has fallen. There's nothing to stop them from getting us. All part of the Viceroy's plan, probably. And none were the wiser. Let us press on. Here we are. One more sentry. Give me a moment. Pleasant dreams. Elio, look for a lever or a winch. We will guard the rear. Hell's open and heaven's weep. Alfino, can you hear me? The gates are open. Our friends are ready and eager to engage the Imperials. Then let us leave them to it and head for the facility. Liberty or death! Remember the reach! Remember the towers! Attack! For al amigo! Insurgents here! Sound the alarm! We don't have time for this. Put them down. Well, interesting. There's a version of Torn from the Heavens in the background of this. Hold on, Krile. We're coming. The Resortium is just ahead. Resonatorium app. I have no idea I have on console 14. Is there a slash? Can you do like slash playtime on console? I mean, I guess you could if you hook up a keyboard. I think mine's in the 400 odd days. They know we're coming. Make ready, my friends. 41 days. Yeah, Chrissy. Yep. Jesus Christ, immense. Yeah, outside right now, it's like, with wind chill, it's like negative. It's been negative. Lucky I want snow. See, this is like an example of like, why is this not voiced? So this is an example to your guys' point that is unvoiced, that is, with that thing. I reckon you lot would come, but I didn't think you'd have the nerve to break the bloody doors down. Make no difference to me, though. Time to die. I'm always curious what the cause is, because, like, that's not voiced, but, like, when you fight her, she has voiced lines. They had the voice actress. Was that an addition? Like, late, and so they couldn't go re-record it to, like, get...
I can read your every move.
See? Yeah, 7 hells. The pain. It's working. Strike her while she's weak. Damn it, she won't stay down. Use the siphon again. Keep at it. We've almost have her.
How could I lose?
Nope, whoops, I forgot a siphon. Yeah, siphon her again. They really should find a way. Enemy sighted, engage with commander. With me. They really do need to find a way to make it so that... Thancred, help me hold off these soldiers. They need to find a way to make it so that the... Understood, we leave the pilots to your capable hands. That positionals can be taught in story. So it'll be the two of you after all. Lyse, don't just stand in the attack, please. Because think about it, if you were like trained to do positionals from ARR on as a DPS, it'd be so natural, so much more natural.
If only you knew the power.
Like, setting aside my distaste for them, let's just assume that that's good and that you should definitely do them, right? Not here, not now, not to you. 75 here as Southerner, I think it's nice. Oh my god, 70 Fahrenheit for you guys? Jesus, you lucky bastards. UK, it's a snow day if it's 2 inches. Was that guard talking about an Ananta? I don't think he was talking about Ananta. I would assume a Mikote or a Hyr Highlander based on the sex, the implied prostitution in Alamigo. Oh, AC, was you using it earlier? I agree with you. I prefer the fist than like the giant knife.
Not after everything. I cannot lose.
But it is better for
I will
armor.
not.
Oh, but you will. Without your tricks, you're nothing. Conrad, Mefrid, your own comrades. I should kill you here and now for what you did. But there's no place for that kind of justice here. Not in my Alamigo.
Oh, how very bloody noble of you. Why, you'll pardon me my sins, will you? After you and your freedom fighters come and tear down everything we've worked so hard to build? We were fighting for our people's freedom.
Nah, you were just fighting for them to be in chains, but not in handcuffs. Oh! Not gonna lie, that's satisfying.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
Now, my friend!
Aw, sorry, Deathberry. Hope your signal came back. How does she hide that underblade under her gauntlet? I'm probably sure, I bet it's attached. That or she just Ezio's it. Oh my god, you guys are talking a lot. Give me ambiguity here, give me some. Okay, does anybody else think that, like, the way that shot definitely looks like Crowd's about to do a magical girl transformation?
Krile.
Test.
Alphina?
I ship it.
I knew you'd come.
I ship it.
Touching as this moment is, it will have to wait. We should rejoin the main force at once. Lyse!
I'm taking her back with us, alive. She's going to answer for what she's done.
Listen to you. Talking like you've already won. Zenos is gonna tear you apart. He commands a power, echoing that of the Icons.
What are you talking about?
The hunt, you stupid cow. I'm talking about the hunt. He said you'd come, and here you are, his willing prey. You and your friends are dead, just like mine. And all our misery, all our sacrifice, it was all for naught!
No! You're gonna live long enough to see us win our freedom. I promise you that.
May I live 1,000 years.
Interrogations can wait. Let us be off.
Lyse isn't either, Kill. Which perhaps she was gonna be a dungeon boss and they repurposed her. Maybe. I think it's possible that she uses those same voice lines where because some of her voice lines also weren't voiced. I think they repurposed some voice lines that she has multiple times throughout the expansion. Potentially? No, because I don't think we necessarily fight her. I don't know. This sort of thing happens a lot throughout. Look, Fordola, look with your special eyes. My brand. Perhaps it's oversight development. I don't think it's an oversight. I think it's... Monk is the real dancing class. I think it's really less about oversight. I think it's more about timing and scheduling. So I think like they had certain lines and they got those recorded and then they might have added some or changed some or whatever, but they can't go re-record them. Because it happens... It's not... It's more like they schedule blocks for recordings and like they have those actors for that time, and it's like, for instance, Zenos' voice actor was recording the audio for Endwalker in November of when it was coming out in December. So like they record really late, and it's very specific set blocks because they can only get the voice actors at certain times. I just realized that using the device's definition, I have no idea what I'm doing, and you can't stop me. Literally. Is the Terminus at E-Tech technique only available to Gunblade, or can, say, Gunbreakers learn to do their own version of it? I find the idea of line AoE attacks to be useful. I know there's actually more lore around this that I can't speak to because I haven't researched it recently. But no, it's specific to the technique and the thing that the Garleans are doing. It's not just the Gunblade. There's more to it than that. But maybe with the right magical infused bullets, Ilsabardian gun or a Bajin gunbreaker could do it. They really need to teach people not to attack after being res so the healers can heal them. Yeah, or at least teach positionals in the novice guild. Yeah, I don't know about positional until I started Savage raiding. Yeah, just don't do positionals because they're annoying. Yeah, tell that to Savage Raiders. Perfect timing, positionals, and Alamigo for Fordola grunts. Fordola just got roadhoused, but big dick damage to Mins. Should have Hall of Intermediate sometime soon after Titan. Honestly, I don't even think Hall of Novice and Hall of Intermediate is a good enough solution. I think they need to find a way to interweave it into like the game as a whole. Because like, I didn't do Hall of Novice. I would as a player, I wouldn't have done Hall of Intermediate. Like they have to find a way to make it naturally a part of like doing the game if they want more people to learn it. Maybe interested with Gabi cheese. It's apparently good. No. No, Gabi cheese is, you don't want to eat Gabi cheese.
You don't want to eat Gabi cheese. Gabi cheese is for Gabi. Gabi cheese has the most wonderful aroma, but Uplanders have major difficulty with Gabi cheese.
Just need to transform Krile is a magical girl. If you dye your character hair and put on a Chinese beard, could you be... What? He said you... Power echoing that of the icons. You mean that thing I do for warm-ups? I do love the moment for Fordola Star Memories. It'd be cool seeing no matter what response she gives. She asks us how you haven't broke through. That's for later AC, but yes, I adore, it's one of my favorite scenes in the game. What a relief to have you finally found her. Though a great challenge yet lies ahead of us, on the eve of the final battle, I find myself overcome with joy. We could not have saved her without everyone's help. Thancred, Lyse, Eorzean, and of course you. But yes, there's still much more to be done. I should be very interested to learn the meaning of Fordola's ominous words, for one. Lyse has gone to deliver Fordola into the custody of the Alliance, leaving Mhigo and her men to hold the residential district and stand ready. Once the Alliance has breached the main gate and commenced their assault, the Resistance forces will push through the entrance and here and join the fray. In that case, I'll remain here. My search for Krile took me in the city proper, and familiarity with the defenses may prove useful to the Resistance. Understood. I shall instruct Arnvald and his units to render support as well. They were tasked with securing the Aetheryte, as I recall. With me, Elio. Yukio! Good to see you, glad to have you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're all doing well. Wait, there's a Hall of Intermediate? No, there's not. But if there was, I still wouldn't do it. And my point is, I would not necessarily have been, me as a player, I would not have necessarily been prone to have done it. Not that I wouldn't do it, but I wouldn't have been prone to do it. Which is why I'm like, I think it's better to find a way to naturally give feedback and make people like the thing is that the game does not, even if you read your tooltips, it's not, even then sometimes it's not like super clear. And I just think there needs to be a better way, a more like they've done a lot of things, all right? They've made the donut so the donut's more clear on what's rear and what's flank. Like, they've made improvements, but there needs to be more. And I don't know how there can be more, because if you're playing solo, you have the enmity, right? Like, you can't do positionals, and I don't know how you fix that. But at least more ways to, like, make it clear that you're supposed to do it in dungeons and other places as well. Gods, Krile, it's good to see you. I feared the worst. It wasn't your fault. You saved me. All of you. Thank you. We'll be departing shortly for Port Praetoria to rejoin the main host. Arnvald, I would have your unit remain here with Thancred, that you might support the resistance troops in the coming battle. Understood. We won't let you down. I trust you'll refrain from doing anything I would not. We are both far too young to die. Right, no noble sacrifices. Got it. Elio, Krile, let us be off then. Ray, you know things about background NPCs nobody knows about. Vimatia and Jimoldva, they're from other places. They've appeared elsewhere, haven't they? Krile is safe and the Alamegan quarters secured. We could not have hoped for a better outcome. It is far too early to celebrate. Zenos is not finished with us yet. Do you fight Zenos as a monk or a samurai? Monk. We're doing Alamigo as monk. Everything in Garabanya is monk. And then switch, because you based off of the cinematics and the cutscenes, the official trailer in-game engine cutscenes for Endwalker and some other things, we have a good sense of what each job should be for what. I'll probably be switching back to, because of the Shadowbringers trailer, I'll probably be switching back to Samurai for 4.3? Or maybe just whenever I'm in Othard, I'll switch back to Samurai. Or something like that. Maybe 4.1 to 4.2 is Monk, and then 4.3 onward is Samurai, because, you know, you have the beginning of the Shadowbringers trailer is obviously Samurai. Going insane from leveling desynthesis. Yeah, I mean, leveling desynthesis is honestly a marathon, not a sprint. There are a lot of ways, though, to make it easier, so. Alright, but I wouldn't be surprised that if I was missed that, yeah. There's a later quest where you put a target on a certain side of enemies, so maybe if they work something like that into an instance fight into more deep depth to teach positionals. Maybe. Aetherite. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Yukio. I mean, there's a lot of things that seem kind of obvious as that I've just seen people not do, like OGC damage abilities. Right. But when that's happening, to an extent, that's on them. But there's also to an extent that the game can do a better job of like teaching things. I just think the Hall of the Novice is just like, because the Hall of the Novice isn't actually mandatory, it doesn't, you know, if it was mandatory, I mean, that would make a lot of people annoyed. But also then it would like actually force people to kind of learn it. I'm not so knowledgeable about my own PCs. Are involved to actually join the Science and ARR? Yes. They're involved with Where Men Goes as one early names. Maybe in Legacy? The Lockstay music is so solemn. I remember it took a while for me to get used to it. I love how solemn it is. I also love how solemn the nighttime music is. So good. I remember it took me a while to get used to it because it feels so much heavier than the other zones' music up until that point. Which is why I agree, Jan. That's why I like it. Jamolva fought in the Coliseum. Yes, there's an armor or blacksmith quest I think they mentioned, sir. Okay, thank you, Summit. Long anyway, cast time, stun enemy spinning, and some kids can be used to when not just slapping true north and not carrying. Yeah, like there are ways that you can get in positional silver, but there aren't enough that it's not consistent enough. You know, I'm level 246 and I have no idea what I need to do. For which? For descenting what? Because that's just your 214 of which is your descent. Because there's all the different. For those who don't know, oh, I guess I don't have any, so I can't click on them, but. Novice Guild just needs complete rework in general. They still teach tanks to single attack after pulling a pack. Yeah. Did we ever spend any personal time with other Scions outside of the main Scions? Not hugely, no. Other than like 1.0, but that's not Scions. Those are, you know, Circle of 12. Wait, Path of Knowing and yada yada. Circle of Knowing and Path of 12. But no, not really. We don't ever get, I mean, Arnvald, Hoary Boulder. I mean, Hoary Boulder and Coltonay would be the biggest examples by far. Halt Office is very helpful for learning a new role. Has nice glam too. Yeah. I think teaching casters when to cast Adel is definitely something that needs to be implemented. Or
the heroes of the hour. Not content with securing the residential district, you gifted me an Imperial commander. What are you after, a medal?
Okay, bear with me on this. And convince me I'm wrong. Convince me I'm wrong. Because I'm going to say something somewhat uneducated about it. Or, why don't they just get rid of Adel? I guess, no, not Adel. Sorry, I'm thinking of the other one. With Black Mage. What is it called? No, Adel. No, yeah. Adel. No, yes. No, keep Adel. That's wrong. Jamolda, Vimati have a bunch of quests that reference them, it looks like. Sweet. Okay, so I'm not crazy. I like it too, but it's more of an acquired taste for me. Yeah. Is Adel used for anything anymore? It can be, yes. Blacksmithing, and I'm so confused what to do. If you want to level decent thing, well, so first off, Yukio, Google. Use Google. Google is your friend. But so you just get items, like you might go do dungeons or go to the market board or whatever, buy items or acquire items that are of the appropriate level, and you decent them that are blacksmithing items. Adel is particularly necessary in high-end content with Ray-Wides can flat out kill you with no mitigation. Yeah. I'm not saying it faultless, but 14 does way more than any other MMO in terms of teaching players. Yeah, no, Keelhole. I don't think 14's bad at teaching players. I don't think it's great. I think it does more than a lot of other ones. I think it can be less overwhelming. And I think that a benefit of that is that part of the reason that the MSQ is the pace it is means that you have to kind of like learn at a certain cadence. But it could vastly be improved. And that's not a diss on 14 saying 14's garbage. It's just saying that it could be much better. And the Rising Stones as it once was. Okay, Tam, thanks for checking in on that. Adel Feint seems better with planned changes to melee magic clarity planned. Yeah, that's definitely going to help more with that.
The work is its own reward, General. I must say, however, that Fordola's claims were not a little disturbing. What manner of power could Zenos have acquired that might equal an icon?
Real quick, it's also worth pointing out things like Adel Feint, reprisal, like all sorts of stuff that you can get away not using in normal content, like dungeons and stuff, are effectively mandatory in Savage content and in Ultimate content. So, like, if you don't do Savage and Ultimate content, there may be skills that you're like, I mean, this is nice, but okay, whatever. But, like, are, like, super, super vital and super, super important. So it's worth remembering that if you're someone who does not do the higher end content.
Might you speak of our missing Omega?
Very possibly. The Empire's fondness for comparable Allagan technologies is exceedingly well documented. Have we made any progress with our own investigation?
None. The search goes on in earnest, but Cid has thus far found nothing of note. Mayhap the Garleans beat us to it. If they were working desperately to repair the machine, that might explain their decision to remain within their walls.
Ah, Lyse. I trust you surrendered Fordola into custody without incident. We were just discussing the pilot's claims.
About Zenos and his newfound powers. She hasn't said a word on the subject since we rescued Krile, even when the interrogator asked nicely.
Mayhap I can offer some insight into her claims. Or at least into
Remy,
the
thanks for
facility
your
and
Archon.
the experiments they conducted during my time there. Though my memories of the period are somewhat muddled, there are a few things I remember with painful clarity.
At risk of sounding like a real weirdo here,
Tancred told us
Kyle's
only
so
that
fucking
Fordola had
adorable.
undergone some manner of treatment.
Yes. It is a place wholly dedicated to the creation of enhanced beings, whom they refer to as the Resonant. As I understand it, the process aims to imbue a test subject with the qualities of an individual with demonstrated magical aptitude. This entails the mechanical extraction and transfusion of some manner of primordial essence.
So that's how Fordola improved so fast. I knew there had to be something. She wasn't half as strong or quick to predict my attacks when we first met. If it weren't for Eorzean's siphon thingy, I really don't think we'd have beaten her.
My humble scheme asked far more in the execution than it required in the conception, I do assure thee.
Dude,
Oh,
arm's
you've got
length.
to stop
If you're not
doing
using
this.
arm's length as a tank, you gotta.
In calling upon Lady Lyse after her defeat, I was most intrigued to learn of the apparent effortlessness with which Fordola countered her attacks. 'Twas as if she knew the blade's destination ere its journey began. A most impressive feat under any circumstances, but an almost miraculous one when considered in the context of Fordola's unfamiliarity with my lady's arts. How then could she so perfectly predict an unknown opponent's every move? After much deliberation, I surmised that Fordola may be possessed of a preternatural ability to divine meaning from the fluctuations of an individual's ether and to instinctively react. To employ
too,
a
Tam.
metaphor, one might say that she was attuned to the whispers of my Lady Lyse's soul.
Like the echo.
Wait, have you not just described a manifestation of the echo?
See, the game
I
does
have no
explain what the
conclusive
resonant
proof.
is. It is
The
synthetic
available
echo.
anecdotal evidence suggested only that Fordola was uncommonly sensitive to etheric fluctuations, and 'twas this which led me to develop my stratagem. I would fashion a device with the capacity to generate a massive disruption in the surrounding ether. If, as I suspected, Fordola's senses were indeed questing for the most minor of oscillations, the shock of exposure to a more amplitudinous etheric waveform would be akin to a debilitating bout of ether sickness.
How ingenious. I note that the success of your plan hinged on your device's wielder remaining ignorant of its purpose, lest Fordola divine your intent.
Indeed so, Master Alphino. All things considered, 'twas a most fortuitous outcome.
That's putting it mildly. In any event, if Eorzean is correct, that would mean these Resonant have been granted the power of the Echo via artificial means. A sobering thought, to say the least, and one which makes me wonder what else Zenos has in store.
I mean, yeah, Yukio.
Whatever the
that's-
Viceroy's newfound
that is what
powers,
decent
I know
takes.
of none better equipped to face him. And face him you must. For there is now but one path forward, and it leads straight to Mhigo.
Mhigo!
And it's not as if we came unprepared. We've got all our friends and allies fighting for the same thing. Honestly, right now, I feel like we could take on anyone and win. And I mean anyone.
Darrow, good to see you. Glad to have you. Victory is as good as ours.
Exactly.
I'll answer you in
Oh,
just
I
one
wouldn't
second.
want to be in Zenos' boots. Not with the likes of us coming to get him. Right. I'd best get back to the residential district. Thancred and the resistance forces are waiting.
It is time we join the main host. Krile, in light of your recent ordeal, might I suggest that you remain with the rearguard for now?
Oh, if you insist. Just this once.
All the ladies getting injured this expansion. Y'shtola, Krile. Lyse. Okay, let me catch up on you guys quick. Oh, right, the item is... Okay, yeah, so the Crystarium Stove is good for decenting if you want to decent level up that fast. Thanks, Summit. That's a really good item. So much as like, what do you use this for? And then you use Savage Fights moment. Yeah. I learned most of what I learned from 14 from West Kalbar's videos. I always recommend them for beginners. Nice, Daniel. Arm flank appreciation only continues to increase after seeing a tank die multiple times in dungeon run, having to manage the aggro until they get raised. Yeah. So this is YouTube. We're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Ray Ray. Arm's length is amazing. Yeah, I totally am with you, Tam. I wish it was clear on what it meant by the slow. When running dance, runs where the tank died. Oof. You gotta get me as a tank. I'm a good tank. I can't claim to a lot, but I'm a good tank. The tank was absolutely terrible, like wearing someone level 1 Glen, and when I said it should be used arms, like he started cursing me. Yeah, so Yukio, I would say don't. So there's two things. Either commit that the one thing you want to level right now is decenting and put all your energy towards that, or I would just say don't worry about decenting. What you should do is just level your crafter and do dungeons and stuff naturally and decent items you get from that and naturally level it up. And then someday during like 6.5, if you're bored, sit and you have a bunch of extra money, sit and level it then. Don't worry about focusing on decent now. Wow, Shiv was an ability rogues could have the new players had no ideas how to use since the damage was low, but as you master the class, you realize it's very useful. Yeah. Like, bro, check my search info and search max out tanks. How many playthroughs of Stormblood is this for you? So this is my second. So I have played a lot of the game, but I've watched all the cutscenes of the games many times, obviously for the channel and doing a bunch of different stuff. But I've only played through each expansion once on my main. So going through this on Elio is the second time I have ever played through each and every expansion. As for my feelings on it, I think so far my feelings of ARR have oriented upwards a little bit. My feelings towards Heavensward have oriented downwards a little bit. My feelings towards Stormblood have oriented downwards a little bit. Not that I did like, I mean, part of it is that they're not novel, and part of it's also I'm playing them like this with you guys, so maybe I'm not giving the same amount of attention. But in contrast to Shadowbringers and Endwalker, a direct one-to-one comparison makes them like slightly less enjoyable just to go through, and I think part of that is just the sheer like smaller amounts of voice acting and all sorts of things. I'm fascinated by the specific struggles that Stormblood has and the friction that it has at its heart. I think that one of the main primary issues that it struggles with is it does not build up Lyse enough as a character in the first third. I think it does a really good job as once you're hit the step onwards, it's great with her. But I think before that, it just does not give her enough characterization and time for her to shine, which is a problem when they pay it off later on in Stormblood. I also think that the pacing is really a bit of a struggle because it takes a little bit to get going in Gearbania, and then you stop the pacing, dead stop, and then restart to get the pacing going a little bit again and have to build it up over in Othard. And so I don't think it's just that Othard and Gearbania as a whole are like can't meld well together as stories, but I think that the early pacing is what hamstrings it the most. Krile is the cutest, yeah. I still have nightmares of the tank in Endwalker wearing full level. I mean, part of the problem is they need to raise the gear requirement a little bit, I think. Have a good night, Rachel. I brought up Shiv because I kind of view abilities like arm's length things such as similar as their increase in skill ceiling in case of it. Yeah, I'd kill all. I totally think you're right. I totally think I would very much agree. I always pair arm's length with reprisal makes it as good as more powerful mid skills. Yeah, it is incredibly powerful, especially if you're pulling big. If I may, General, is there aught Elio and I can do to assist with final preparations? I'm glad you asked. Pippin informed me moments ago that all forces are in position and we are ready to commence the assault. Naught remains but to notify the Alliance commanders. If you have no objections, I should be glad to have you do the honors, Elio. You were instrumental to the success of Operations Archons. You helped bring an end to the Dragonsong War. You're the hero of the people and a symbol of hope. Some might judge it as an empty gesture, or worse, a waste of your talents. But I know it would mean much to everyone here. Reminder, if you'd like to join us for the trial or the dungeon, please meet at the tea tree ahead of time. I'm not saying you have to be there right now, but just make sure you're there but when I head over. Ha! That you should be one to bring the word. By the Fury, it is good to see you, my friend. You who stood with us in our direst hour. You will ever be an inspiration to my countrymen and to me. Though Ishgard's debt can never be repaid, it is my hope that our deeds this day shall go some small way to redressing the balance. Thanks for answering. Yeah, totally. I I sincerely love talking to you guys, and I appreciate you when you ask questions, because it gets me to think. And it gets me to think either about something I've already been thinking about, or, you know, to just, like, articulate, you know. I had a similar opinion feeling whenever I played the expansion anticipating Endwalker release. Yeah, I totally feel that. I suspect my opinions on Shadowbringers will either remain the same or actually potentially raise some. But I don't know. I'm very curious to see. And the thing is I have watched all the Endwalker cutscenes for Endtalkers so many times that in a way, like, I'm more familiar with Endwalker almost more than any other expansion, not just because of its recentness, but because of the amount of times I've seen every cutscene. Now that's not all the playing, but still. All is ready. Very well. Though many will fall in the coming battle, how many more shall know liberty for their sacrifice? There's a time for peace and a time for war. Even the matron understands this. We who have received hers and the elemental's blessing go now to stand for Eorzean and children. It's time then. Though this is not my theater of choice, we'll play our part. Our cannons care not either way. The battery has sunk enough ships to fill a fleet. This is not like to be bested by a gate. The said scholar must be hard after they died going wall to wall. I was only level 600 here. I was legit mad because people always mean arm's length was good, but I would read the text and be very confused and it only says slow. And I figured, like, you mean it's good for kiting. Yeah. That's the problem with the slow, is that it slows their attack, not their speed. Well, there you go. Thank you, Ray Ray. Wait, is Enzor wearing a helmet? Oh, that was cool. It is done. Thank you, Elio, for humoring our old bull. Master Matter and Nishgardian forces are in position, General. Resistant forces in the Alamegan quarter are ready to await your signal. Not left to do with the deed itself. They don't matter. Yeah, it's really confusing for our heavy, slow vocabulary. Yeah, it really should be clearer. Do I just spend a shit ton of SB merch and stuff to decent? No, that is an incredibly inefficient way, Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't ever buy stuff from the merchant. That'll just waste a ton of money. If you absolutely feel like you have to farm it, and I don't know why you really shouldn't. You should, or why you should do it like all in one go. I would just recommend doing dungeons and stuff over time. But you want to go find the cheap items. Like, you want to look for what has a bunch of items that are meet your decent threshold that you'll get XP for. Right then, I must go to my men. I shall be leading the first charge through the breach. Then we shall be the head to the front. Pippin has commanded our artillery outside the gate. He'll not be that hard to find. But before you go, I have a final favor to ask. Give this to my son. You'll understand. Doesn't he give to Zona? Or did he already do that? I do love that you can hear, like, the war sounds in the background. Who's ready to find out why you don't fuck around with Lalafell? Talk to Lucy if I haven't done so yet. Ooh, thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, farm dungeons and trust. Yeah, level up your trusts. That's a great way to get to level up your decent. Otherwise, I would just say do not worry about it right now. Like do other things and level it up passively. You would be. Oh, is she gone? No, it looks like she's gone. Oh well, I'll look up her dialogue later. Did she say something interesting, Kakurati? I'll leave the MSQ dungeon. The extra ones have the same eye level requirement, but different sync. Interesting. You say war sounds. I hear these yells. You can only think Eureka or Hunt trains. Well, that's because that. Well, yeah. I mean, because all the people are stacked together. I do wish that they had like instance NPCs along the route, along the way. Would have been really cool. My voice is definitely going to hold out just long enough to get us through this. Thanks, guys, for giving me something to do tonight. I'm much better than just laying around in bed. I hope it has provided some minimal form of entertainment, or for those of you who are having a rough day, some sense of community or conversation. You can do it, you mad lad. Oh, yes, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for Al Amigo. Can I get a for Al Amigo in chat from y'all? For Al Amigo! Okay, guys. We're going. I need your Al Amigos. I'm gonna go get Deadpool. For Al Amigo! For Papa Amigo! For Al Amigo! For Deadpool! For freedom. Elio, Alfino, what is it that you've got there? Does he already have? No, okay, yeah. This is, I think, where you get it. Yep. By the 12! This is Tizona! The Bull of Al Amigo's legendary sword, forged from 2 cursed blades. The sword is the symbol of everything my father fought to achieve. A weapon claimed of the blood sands, and with the fortune and glory its flames consumed the unworthy, but by fire was he reborn. Hey, Ray, when you get to this point, can you capture footage of Pippin with this? Because I want to use it for when we do the weapons video. That he should bequeath to me now to carry out his legacy, while I shall endeavor to deserve it, but I'll be damned if this is the final battle. Once we begin, there will be no respite until it's over. Are you ready, my friends? Just capture like a minute or two of just him sitting there within his hand. Very well, brace yourself. This should be quite a spectacle. Vice Marshal, Imperial units approaching from the north. Aiming to destroy artillery, are they? How many? Total numbers unconfirmed, at least 1 squadron. But, sir, the Wolfmen! Fere Dominate. Bloody hells, that's all we need. Call up the Bloodsworn. Tell them to make ready. Marshal Haripin, wait. These Wolfmen of whom you speak hail from Doma. They were coerced into fighting for the Empire, spirited away to a foreign land, and told that if they disobeyed, the lives of the kin would be forfeit. But their homeland has been liberated. They have no reason to continue serving their Imperial masters. Ere you engage them in battle and beseech you, grant us a moment to go and attempt to convince them to lay down their arms. I am loath to gift our enemy more time to prepare, but if there is a chance that this conflict might be avoided, I suppose we must take it. Go then, and be quick. We will, Vice Marshal. With me, Elio. Oh, that's sad, Killhall. I forgot that that was a side quest. I thought that was MSQ. I was thrown for a loop when we didn't do it in the MSQ. Oh, whoops, no, okay, don't go down. Go up and over and down. For pizza! Hey, Demins, we're about to go find your squad. Shall you sing us the song of your people? Woo woo woo. We will wait here for the Lupin to reprieve. Steel yourself, my friend. Though I hope to resolve this without resorting to violence, it would seem wise to prepare for the worst. They come, Elio. Something Demins, of course they come. You, clear the road. Honorable warriors of Doma, my name is Alvin Olivier. I come before you with news of great import. Silence, boy. You stand upon a battlefield. Be gone or be cut. Doma is free. Lord Hien has returned and driven Yotsuyu and the Imperials from your lands. We were there. We helped him. There's no need for you to fight Zenos. Lord Hien is dead and you are a liar. What could a boy of you do against such Magitech? Throw stones and spit curses? Invoke my lord's name again at your peril. We will suffer no falsehoods. I speak only truth. Put up your weapons. I beg of you. Let us speak as friends and not as shed blood in vain. If your claims were true, we would gladly sheath our blades and embrace as brothers. But since they must surely be false, we would be traitors to accept our lives and those of our loved ones forfeit. Words are air. You will prove the truth of your tale on the battlefield or die in dishonor. Abu gang. Sorry, I'm not gonna voice these ones. I'm gonna give my voice a break for a second.
House of Levier!
You're no stranger to battle, that much is plain. I am the White, I am Hakuro, and I will be your opponent. Have at you. Fear my breakdancing. I am a samurai of Doma.
Pull yourself together! So it comes to this!
Playing it like a real shield healer. Milfellison everywhere. For Milfellison everywhere. What about the Dilfellison? I feel like there's more Dilfellison than Milfellison. Right? Right? Am I right on this? I need backup. How much of Wolf Samurai were beaten by a 16-year-old with a book and a lanky hobo with a fixation of fisticuffs? Y'all down bad for some Milfellison, and I appreciate it. When we do Gooey and Moonstone Carby, I at this point I don't know if we ever do. But that said, maybe we do. Maybe now that with the rework, I feel like let's all shout together on the forums. Nice, let's just make forum posts, multiple forum posts. They're just repeatedly us saying we want Moonstone Carby, because they read the forums. They do. Dilfellison, Edmont. Fortuno? Just start? And if you don't tell me that, if you tell me that Fortuno's not hot, I won't believe you. You fought with honor and restraint. You could have killed my men and perhaps even more, but you did not. For this I thank you. Warriors brave and true, I pray you tell us the battle for Doma's liberation. We should be glad to do so. Are you not... No. Aurora. Are you not attracted to him? Or is he not hot? Like, is he not attractive? Because there's a difference. I'm not attracted to men whatsoever. So, like, I'm not attracted to him. But he is hot. He does have strong energy. Yeah, dude, I fucking hate Fortuno when you first meet him. These are completely different things. His aesthetic appeal has no regard on whether or not he's a good how I feel about him. Like, those are completely two separate things. You keep saying not all that attracted to me. Yeah, but I'm not talking about whether or not he's attractive to us, because I'm not attracted to him. Lord Hien returned. Such joy, this brings news. But for Lord Gosetsu to perish in the collapse, to be taken from us by such treachery, there is no justice. Eyes forward, Hakuro. He wished for no better death. You knew him well? Aye, he would not suffer us to mourn so much undone, and so we will not. Duty comes before all. Also, Miyone doesn't have children. All Lupin shall know of Doma's liberation, and of your part in it. Right? Am I crazy? Does she? That I don't... When you breach the gates, we shall turn on the Imperials as one. With fang and claw shall we rip open the throats of our master. This is the White Swears. Thank you. When our war is ended, I am certain that your lord will help us to return you all to Doma. Such a curious thing. Destiny to see us meet with friends of Lord Hien in this distant corner of the world. But we shall not keep you. The day is not yet done. Just I am Demi, so I cannot say I like him. He needs to do a lot of stuff before that happens. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm talking about whether or not they are in, like, aesthetics. Come, let us not keep our comrades waiting. We have a nation to liberate. Like, I can acknowledge and look at a man and be like, that man is attractive. I have no interest in sleeping with men. Okay, guys. You ready for some shit? It's not a prescriptive. His austere energy is the type of dad energy
you
some
are
people
returned.
want.
Were your negotiations with the Wolfmen successful?
The one they called the White was receptive to our words once we told him of Doma's liberation. They withdrew behind the walls to inform their brethren. If the gods are good, no blood shall be shed between our peoples this day.
Hear, hear. Now, I think it's time we did something about those gates.
Who's ready for some Lalafell?
Thaumaturgist, forward!
Oh god, this
Give
is
me
why you
hellfire!
fucking...
Give me Ifrit's bloody inferno!
Oh fuck yeah. Who needs cannons when you've got bitchin' Lalafells?
Now give me a Curthan winter! Enough ice and snow to bury a behemoth! All cannons! Fire at will! Let no man say we neglected to knock!
I love that line. Let no man say that we neglected to knock.
Damn that armor! We nearly had it!
Ian!
Is that...
Bear witness, my Eorzean brothers and sisters! Doma is come to pay her debts!
No one is hearing that from up.
Lord Ian!
We
To
will
be
deal
fair
with the flying machines! Forward, my friends! For freedom and justice!
Demins, what would they have done differently if they had taken an aerial counterattack into mind? Because, like, they don't have a strong aerial counteroffensive. They would have still had to fight them from the ground. Better to push forward, you know?
You heard the man! All cannons resume firing!
I love you, Demins.
We through! The way is clear!
I wish I could laugh, Tam. I wish I could laugh. The Vice Marshal's strategy for breaching the gate was most ingenious. A pity he did not account for the Magitech armor. But to be fair, they did not account for the Domans either. By the Fury, did that man just bring down flying armor with a single stroke in mid-air? You did not think it would actually... you did not think that we would actually wait until the last. No, of course not. He's no Vidofnir. If you find Zenos, you kill him. No hesitations. Other may be taken prisoners, but not him. Not under any circumstances. Impeccable timing. Those Domans... come, comrades. The enemy gates down. Forward. Battle for Mhigo is at hand. All forces have been ordered to advance into the city proper. I trust your unit lead adventurers is ready, Elio. Excellent. Your objective is to make haste for the castle and kill Zenos Galvis. Any questions? Of course not. Now go and get the bastard. I appreciate it, guys. Okay, guys, I'm coming to the tea tree. Now remember, so two things. What I would like to say is, in general, this is not exclusive. If you are someone who's not confident in being like, I can wall to wall a dungeon and I will kick ass and it'll be no problem and I got this down pat. Just tell me. You can tell me in chat. I won't tell anyone else, but just like, I need to set my expectations because my expectation is we're gonna fucking full wall to wall, pull it everything, done, stop, blah blah blah. But like, I don't want to make you feel like you guys are unincluded if not. Who would like to join? If you'd like to join, come stand on me, and then we'll try to pick based on. Typically, we try to make sure everyone gets a chance. Is this one of you guys? Because if so, let me give you a friend request so I can see you. I assume so. Okay, yeah. Let's send request. Wix. Okay. Who we got? We got Sarah. We got. Okay. Reinhardt. Alara. Okay. Well, Wix, this is the first time, so definitely let's take you with. Death Star, you're always the first to go because of how much you already get to come. Okay, Reinhardt, let's get you because you're DPS. And then Sarah or Alara, do either of you have a preference? I'll go and say chat. So if either of you have a strong, particularly want to come, I'll let you guys decide. I'll give it 60 seconds to give me a second for my voice. Because if so, otherwise I'm just gonna flip a coin. Okay. Heads is Sarah, tails is Alara. Sarah can go? Okay. Thanks, Alara. Cool. Oh! You're on an archer. I thought you were on tank. Sarah, are you okay if we take Alara instead then? I saw your boat. I definitely saw your bow, and I definitely thought that was an axe. Thank you. Sorry about that. Sorry, guys. Don't forget that we got the trial is right after, so everyone else is gonna get to basically almost everyone else should be able to join. Okay, well, let's hit it, guys. For Alamigo! That was probably loud, I'm sorry. Alamigo, you should be able to wall to wall. There's nothing that should stop it. It's a little more. It can be Alamigo and Doma Castle can be a little bit more tricky, but there's nothing that should stop you from doing it. Enemy's gate is down, even if it's not, it feels like an Ender's Game. Oh, Ender's Game is so good. Let's do it, guys. Together. Oh, no, I got it here. I'm good. What's a Pastelius? Oh, is that like a piece of armor or something for smithing? Did they just jump over the wall? God, it really does look like breakdancing, doesn't it? Yeah, Monk's. I'm not playing Monk well. Monk is one of my weakest DPS. So like, I'm not even playing it highly skilled. Monk is a lot of fun. Monk is a great time. So I highly recommend playing. I also think that Monk, if you can find a guide that can teach you the basics of it, it's a lot less overwhelming than it seems. Yeah, you just have to get the rhythm down, and then it's a great time. Also, Monk plays really well at earlier levels, in my opinion, compared to a lot of other jobs. This is the thing, even as someone who like doesn't like playing DPS a whole bunch, all the DPS can be a real bunch of fun. And coming to appreciate how much fun each one can be, it really makes you a better player, and even if you're like a tank main or a healer main. Owless. I love this fight. It's been a while since I've done it. Recording subject's performance. Remember, this is the guy that helped Zenos with this whole project. And also this becomes relevant. This fight becomes relevant in N1. I won't say any more, but pay attention to this fight. It's very relevant. A certain prototype of a certain
findings. Initiate soul extraction. Ha! Success. The soul rebels.
Final Fantasy does love its mad scientist. That's for sure. So let's just say there's certain foreshadowing. In case anyone needs it for glam or for decent. Don't like DPS. Oh, and not don't like to hate it. I just don't enjoy DPS as much. Not as much as I enjoy tank. Super not as much as I enjoy tanking, and I enjoy healing quite a bit. And part of the problem is I don't enjoy positionals. I'm not even articulating whether or not I think they're good. Like, I just don't enjoy positionals, and because of that, that is a large amount of skill expression that exists for the DPS job. And especially at high end, it is necessary. And so it's just not... DPS in 14 is just not my favorite role. And typically tanking has always been anyways. So, like, that's perfectly fine. You would unlock monk so you can do sick breakdancing. Ah, where's my mouse go? Sorry, I know you're gonna have to kill it through. God, I love instant transmission. I mean, thunderclap. That's why I try to summon her for TPS much more accessible in my opinion. Yeah, I respect the positionals a lot more now. I still don't like them for all the same reasons. I've been staring at that cutscene a lot lately when I made the short. So people kept saying that his sheath charges his things with Aether, except for one that kind of goes against what the whole setup with Lyse is, and the setup with like a whole bunch of other things that Stormblood said. Does anyone know? And also the short story. Does anyone know if like that's explicitly said anywhere in the game? Because like people kept like there were a couple people saying that in the comments of the short as a correction, but like none of them cited anything. It just seemed like they were assuming. I think WoW does melee DPS better than Final Fantasy 14, but 14 does casters better. I think it just depends. I mean, the thing is that the fight choreography for and like mentality for them are so different that it's hard to one-to-one them. Like I don't enjoy the boss design of WoW nearly as much because I prefer the But I haven't played a WoW DPS recently, so I would have to go. I would have to go do that before I say anything educated.
Let this moment last forever.
Actually, a good boss. Interesting. That's what it is. Okay.
Kill. Yeah.
You know, I would like more bosses that were like agile like this. Like, I think it would be fun. I'll really get enough of it. You know that there aren't ones that are agile, but just like, I don't know, like much like a lot of promoting a lot of moving around in this kind of way.
Weak. Yeah. Rend.
Uh-oh, that's not good.
This is the end. Show me your role. Yes, yes, just so.
Have you the strength? The power to transcend.
Eat shit, Zenos! Now show me that juicy booty. I'm gonna clap them cheeks. Well done, everyone. I've never had the mount drop. Oh, shit. Do I be the dick and use streamer privilege on this one? I can't, right? God damn it. Ugh. No, no, no. You know what? It's fine. Everyone roll on it. It's fine. If I don't get it, I don't get it. No, 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 no. I already have it. Yeah. No, 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 no. Just, if you want it, roll for it. Go for it. Oh, awesome. Thanks, guys. And for those of you who want it in the future, I will run Mhigo with you. I still don't have it on my main. So I will run this with you. I've never seen that drop. Lucky Elio. Thank you guys for letting me hit you.
Yes! Yes! Such ferocity. Such tenacity.
Truly, Dest.
I am loath to recall how disappointed I was when first we fought. But finally, after bathing in the blood and offal of your enemies, finally you prove yourself worthy prey for the hunt. It fills you even now, doesn't it? The hunger to bite down on my jugular, to feel the warmth fill your mouth and run over even as you drink deep. Good. Good. This is the beast I have longed to face. As you sharpen your claws, I too sought newfound strength. But this is no place for a final contest. Come! The heavens shall bear witness to our dance.
I mean, that really is, like, that level of passion is damn, it's not sexual necessarily in and of itself, but it is, like, that intensity, man.
Welcome to the Royal Menagerie.
Good, Demins, good. Mashed potatoes are the shit.
The King of Ruin built this place for his foreign queen. He kept it filled with familiar creatures from her homeland. They bored me all. This fine specimen, on the other hand, is simply divine. Your fates are entwined, are they not, Icon Slayer? This dragon, this embodiment of unbridled despair, born of a desperate man's burning hatred for the Empire. How raw the raging tempest that churns within its breast. No myth, made manifest this, but a being of pure violence. Mayhap you are the true architect of our design. You who fought the very soul of vengeance to the edge and watched him fall. You who let slip the Allegan hound to drive this icon into my arms.
Dude, he's so good at chewing the scenery.
Why have I said too much? Forgive me, this sensation is
Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you.
familiar to me. A question, then, and I should like very much for you to speak from the heart. If I were to stand aside, what would you do to this icon? Ah, as simple as that. But of course, you are the Icon's slayer. Such certainty is to be expected.
Daniel, to your question, there's some stuff in EE2, but not a lot.
Pity. There is another alternative. Or there would be. Had you only mastered your abilities. I speak of the Echo, of course. Does it merely render you immune to iconic influence, or is it rather that your influence is far greater than theirs? Granted, these implications are of no moment to a savage who thinks only of killing the beast before him. But when I read Von Belsar's reports, I immediately saw the boundless potential of the Echo. I saw how it could be instrumental in binding an icon to one's will. Hence my research and the resonant, and oh, so much more. All icons must be exterminated, without exception. Such was the imperial mandate issued by my great-grandfather, after he saw firsthand the destruction wrought by one such being.
His great-grandfather
They are a
is
blight
soulless.
upon this star, he felt. And so he began his great and just crusade. Ha!
Kind of, Yukio.
'Twas not justice which spurred
No,
his campaign, but fear.
close.
Fear of the Icons. Fear of their power. Cowardice made them march forth to battle. Pathetic.
Echo is what allows her
Man
to turn it
should
without temper.
fight for the joy of it.
Oh, I forgot to put up the emote! God damn
Eat,
it.
to breed. Lesser beasts snap and howl at one another for this. Only man has the wisdom and the clarity to embrace violence for its own sake. For we who are born into this merciless, meaningless world have but one candle of life to burn. I know you understand this. You and I are one and the same. Together, we could while away the quiet hours as friend and confidant. If you will accept me.
Okay, guys, do we accept him or do we deny him? Oh, yeah. So the reason Ysayle could turn to Shiva is because she summoned the primal energies into herself in order to become a primal, but she didn't temper herself because she had the Echo, right? If you did that and you didn't have the Echo, you'd basically effectively self-temper yourself. It's really amazing how facial expressions 14 engine can be either terrifying or hilarious, and how the line between the two is very thin. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I of course denies the answer.
And yet, in doing so, you prove me right.
Which honestly, I think
we
makes
are
them
warriors. 'Twas plain from the first how this would end. You live for these moments, when all hangs in the balance, when the difference between life and death is but a single stroke. I live for them too! This is who we are, my friend! This is all we are! Mhigo and Doma and Garlemald be damned! We tower above the gods! You by your gift, I by my might.
Yep. And that's why I like, well, I won't talk about it, but I'm very excited to get, I think we're going to have a lot of fun conversations in the next two
the
expansions.
resonance, the gods shall be made to kneel.
You're not wrong, Dominions. You're not wrong.
An ending to mark a new beginning.
Okay, guys. Let's do it. Oh, people aren't here. Can you come back here, actually? If not, Ray, don't forget to, let's grab some B footage of here as well. No, I see entrance, so you must be able to come back here. Okay, you know what? I'll leave. I'll come to you guys. Something I always found funny is that both Gaius and Zenos are like, let's see which of us is stronger, and then they resort to using some giant machine or primal. Yeah. Like, we haven't established that the warrior value is stronger than you by the fact that you lost. Zenos claims his might is a source of strength, but we just beat you without resorting to channeling primal. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Zenos just wants the fight, right? Like, he just wants the fight to burn his candle. Okay. Who wants to come join us for the trial? Come stand on me. Let's hope that we don't have to decline anyone. We got Dest. We got Sarah. We got Archery. Do we have one more who wants to come? Willow or V? Would either of you guys like to join? That's stuck at sunset. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, no, Summit. I think you're totally right. Willow, are you in? Okay. Let's do it. I don't know this fight super well, but I can kill it if needed. I know this fight very well on Expert. I don't know this fight very well on... I don't know this fight as well on normal, but I think we'll be fine. I'm not ready to check again, just real quick. We got 2 healers, we got 2 tanks. Yeah, okay, we're good. Guys. We're about to finish Stormblood. We're about to finish Stormblood. We're about to go finish through. We've Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, finish Stormblood 4.0. We're more than halfway done. Guys, this is it. From here on out, it is like a race into the 2 best expansions, and it's gonna be a wild ride. So, can I get some hype, please? Woo! Also, I'm sick, so give me some hype, because I need your energy. I need your energy for the spirit bomb here. Let's go. Let's go! I need to feel it in the chat, motherfuckers. Give me a second, too. I'm gonna take a drink of water here. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Much obliged. Okay. Let's hit it. Don't forget to stick around afterwards to take a photo after we beat the boss. All you guys, pull at will. Well, my bad. It's funny that that's his first attack and how that could wipe so many people at that. Let's kick his ass, guys. Oh boy. The heavens are too small to keep a wild dance. us transcend this mortal coil. Remember that if you're having trouble, you can press spacebar and both left and right mouse buttons at the same time, and that will increase the amount that you hit it. Make sure to watch out for the tail. Chain people, separate. If you're chained, you want to come together and then you want to separate after. Don't know what diamond dust is. I mean, like, obviously I know it from Shiva, but like I don't know what it is for. Oh no! Oh no 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 no! Oh no 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 no! My body overcorrected on all of that, and somehow I managed to be okay. Going for limit break 3. Finish the tail. Forget to kill the tail. Chains together, then separate. If you're chained, you need to separate. Okay. Failing up. No, because Daniel, because there's the second, you forgot the second step in there where we fight him again in Doma, and like we break off a piece of his helmet, and it's like there is a progression. There's like a 3-step thing where it's like complete defeat, he's bored of us. Second, we break off a piece of his helmet. Third, we're like there is a progression to it. Okay, let's take a photo. Everyone get close together, short people in the front, tall motherfuckers in the back, and then we're gonna take a photo. Okay, closer, much closer together. I need to like way closer together. Like way closer together. Like I like there should not be empty space between peeps. And well, that's good. Okay. Good. Wix. Yeah, okay, you got it sheathed. Cool. Let's see, does that work? Is that better? Yeah, I like that better. Okay. Let's get rid of this fairy. Character lighting. No. Yeah, it's okay. And then let's get. I want to be greening. A second. There we go. Look at these cuties. Look at that. That's lovely. Let me toss that over in the Discord. Okay. Cool. Good job, everyone. Let's get going and let's see the final cutscenes. E-Machine, good to see you. Glad to have you. Stand and fire, DPS higher. Now I think about it, I really not have done this specific trial a lot. It doesn't show up in real as much. No, it's pretty rare. A lot of Stormblood ones are for some reason. At least they are for me. Okay, guys, we got a long cutscene. Look at them fine ladies and lasses and non-gendered asses. Very Udimans.
Are you all right? Zenos.
Guys, it's coming. It's coming.
The hunter has indeed become the hunted. And yet, there is only joy. Transcendent joy that I have never known. How invigorating, how pure this feeling.
Is that what this was all about? All the meaningless death and destruction, so you could feel something?
Meaningless. Men die that others may live. Those who survive are stronger for it. Not that you could ever understand.
Hey, it's the shot!
To have stood upon this
Look at
great
that booty!
stage of fools. To have
Them cheeks!
played my part to perfection. Oh, this moment. Let it be enshrined
Juicy.
in eternity. My heart beating out of time. So clear, so vivid, so real. So real.
Coward!
Stop!
Based on his angle, I get frustrated that his hair does not get cut.
Farewell, my first friend. My enemy.
Like, and like, keep the shot angled up so we don't see the neck there, because like you literally, just that seriously undercuts that moment for me.
Where is he?
He's dead. By his own hand.
Then justice has been done.
No. There's no justice in that rabid animal's end.
Liberty or death. That so many should be forced to take up this creed to defeat such madness.
Yeah, no, Kaku, that's not the confusion. I know why they can't show it be bloody. My point was, don't show the neck, then.
The living have need of us now.
I totally get why they can't. In modeling cost, not really, because the texturing for that would be easy enough.
Now is the time to raise a cheer for all who fought for freedom. A cheer
Team
loud enough
rating
to
is
carry
definitely
to the
the main
highest
reason.
heavens.
The point is angle the shot up so you don't see below the neck. So at least it's like, so you don't just see that nothing happened.
You're right. Thank you. Without you, well, you know.
Eloquent, Lyse.
So let's do it together. For Alamigo!
For Alamigo! I think I'm starting to get loopy from all the cold medicine. Or maybe I just was always this way. Where did the horn come from? Okay, Boromir. John, good to see you. Glad to have you. Yeah, no, John, that's the thing that is like the thing I think a lot of people forget is Ilbert's plan worked. Like, yeah, it's hard to forget that. I love that they have the prelude in it. We don't get enough of the prelude in 14. We do get it, but we don't get enough of it. I wish we had a little bit more. Well, then why did he blow it with his mouth? I'm sure he could have blown it the other way. I appreciate what they're going for here, and I like it, in a sense. But it never hit quite right for me. I like this shot.
In crimson it began, and in crimson it ended. And then we were free.
Yeah, Daniel, I'm glad. I really do get glad when I have scenes that don't hit as hard. That for me, that like, I like how all Megans singing their anthem are slightly out of sync with each other.
But
compared
what
to the
is freedom,
precise
really?
version. Yeah. Yeah, kill all demons. Both, yeah, both of you are hitting on the exact same thing. It's a great point.
we may be free to live, to love, to grow old, to have dreams and desires, and to strive for them. But in the end, we're defined by the legacy our forefathers bequeathed to us. Even Zenos was once a baby in the cradle, innocent and pure. He was made into a creature that lived only for death, not born one.
Literally, I did not remember that being actually in the game, but yes, this is the point that I've literally kept made so many times.
Have left Mhigo torn and bleeding.
Zenos was forged, not born. Monster, Zenos was.
It won't be easy to heal a generation's worth of wounds, to bridge the gap. But I won't give up, Hydaelyn. I won't.
Okay, whichever one of you guys pointed out how slow they walk, I hate you. I goddamn hate you. Now I can't unsee it.
Because I remember the price of freedom. I remember the smoke, and the ashes, and the blood. I remember the screams, and the silence. And I'll do whatever it takes to honor their sacrifice, to build a home for us all. I promise you. This is the end. The end of the imperial province of Mhigo, and the rebirth of Mhigo, the free nation. Long may she endure.
We did it, guys. We made it through Stormblood. And we just have the patch content for that and Shadowbringers and then Endwalker. So let's think. Let's think. In terms of like splitting it up, it's what? 2.0, 2.x, 3.0, 3.x, 4.0, so that's 5. 4.x, 5.0, 5.x, 6.0, and 6.x. So yeah, we're over halfway done, guys. We've did it. It's wild. What a wild time. Viva la Mhigo. Whew, okay. I actually gotta end this because there's sometimes copyright issues with this song, with Revolutions and copyright strikes. It's better now, but still sometimes. Who could that be? It's Estinian! Yes, Dragoon.
Well, well, well. What a fine mess we've made. All but spent feeding that primal, eh? Well, you won't be making any mischief with that amount of ether. Still, better safe than sorry. There ends your hateful legacy.
Yes. Yep, E-Machine, yep. Oh. It's over. My condolences for your loss. A father should now outlive his son. What nonsense. You do not mourn his loss? You surprise me, your radiance. He was your son and heir, an irreplaceable test subject. I know what he was. Monsters are not made for thrones. Oh, my voice is giving out. Nor are stars made to sustain false gods who sup on their very essence. Icons summoned by desperate savages who hearken to the whispers of shadowless charlatans. Should you raise a hand against my black-robed brethren, I will not stop you. Our desires are one and the same. Preservation, restoration. Compression, resurrection, all is in service to your one true God. And when your sundered shards are made whole, will there be a place for us mere mortals? Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will, your radiance. You will come to trust me in time. Until then, mayhap you'll find this reassuring. I know the answer is because it would give away, like, a lot to players, but how the hell is he the height he is if he's in the body he's in? How dare you? Maybe they didn't notice the eyes. Because remember, he'd be able to follow the eyes because of their trace and his connection to the door. We did it. We liberated Mhigo. I don't know what to say. I don't even know how to feel about it all. Relief, I suppose. Pride and hope, too. We did it. Father, Yida, Papalimo, Comrade, Mefrid, Minfilia. We really did it. Hey, don't feel like it. You have to stand there listening to me mumble. Everyone else will want to talk to you. You beat him after all. You're the real hero of this story. So run along and take your plaudits. For you to be the best Zenos, even after he had harnessed the power of a primal, it is a testament to your ever-growing strength. Not bitter to have your vengeance stolen from you by another. There is some small regret, perhaps, but that is outweighed by the satisfaction I find in his death. I commend you, Ellie. As should we all. Zenos was a monster and a tyrant, the man who killed my father and countless other of my countrymen. The world is a better place without him in it. I should also praise Master Alfino for his foresight and restraint. Had he not intervened, I might never had the pleasure of being reunited with Hakuro and his Lupin brothers. 'Twas a timely intervention, full glad am I not to have been burdened with the guilt of killing my lord Hien's most trusted allies. Indeed, my friend, indeed. Thanks, Daniel. Let's try to wrap it up here. After all we've been through, I really should have known better than to worry. But as ever, the relief I felt upon you finding hale and whole in the royal menagerie well-nigh reduced me to tears. The warrior of light, victorious again. I should be surprised if some small part of you had not come to resent the title and the responsibilities which accompany it. You must forgive us if we call you hero when you accomplish heroic feats. But as warrior of light goes, so goes the world. You should take pride in the good you have done and in the good you have inspired others to do. You're a natural-born leader of men, Elio. All these people aren't just following their comrades, they were following you. Have a good night, Killhall. And you led them to victory, to freedom. Alas, not everyone could see the journey and through to its end, but history shall remember them and the glorious future they made possible. Can you believe it? We won. We beat those bastards, Mhigo. Sorry, got a bit carried away there. Didn't I? It's hard not to, you know. We owe it to the friends we buried to shout and scream and cheer all our hearts. I want them to know it wasn't for nothing, and that it's finally over, and they can rest in peace. You hear that, lads? We'll be all right. We'll... Oh, bugger, not again. I'm so bleeding happy I could cry.
The hero of the hour. I suppose we'll have to add liberator to your title. With the comrades fallen, the remainder of the 12th chose to surrender our forces. After the 20 long years, it's official. The occupation is ended. But now the hard work starts. The people have had their fill of kings. There's no clear consensus of what sort of government they would prefer instead. Indeed, Father, momentous as this achievement may be, the road which lies before us is no less uncertain than the ones we have walked. Aye, yet if we can overcome 2 decades of oppression, I have no doubt we cannot find a way forward. Thank you, Elio, for helping to make this dream a reality. Finish your rounds? Great. In that case, I'd like you to come with me, back to Rauger's Reach. Not for a rematch or anything. Sadly, I want to call the Scions together. I'll explain later. Right. Goodbye. I don't even know where to begin.
We've been through a lot together, haven't we? I can't thank you enough. There's something I need to say to you all. That is, if you have a moment.
She just wanted to say hi.
Good. You're all here. Good. Good. Thank you doesn't really suffice, does it? I'm grateful. Truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. But I know you didn't fight so hard just to hear me or anyone else say that. You fought because you wanted to help, because you believed it was right, because you're Scions. Now, I'm obviously a Scion, but as Conrad left me in charge of things here, I also have responsibilities to Mhigo. When I put it like that, though, I realized I couldn't even pretend to be impartial anymore. So it seemed best to make it official. As long as I serve Mhigo, I can't be a Scion. It might be selfish and short-sighted, but that's my decision.
Am I to understand that you summoned us all, some of us still nursing wounds, to hear this?
Oh, I didn't,
Forgive me, Lyse. 'Twas but a jest.
You stole the dick. That's what happens when she's gone for an expansion.
But this
She
I
gets
say
testy.
with the utmost sincerity. Scion or no, we are comrades, now and ever after. Is that not so?
Yeah, that was the first time. That laugh, I feel like that might be the first time I've heard her, like, laugh like that.
There you have it. Come what may, you may count on us in your hour of need. We shall never refuse you.
Stola. Oh, gods. I swore I wouldn't cry.
So this is mocap. I wonder if Lyse will ever come back. Like, probably not, but like, I don't know, man. Not weird. Welcome back, Xian. I don't know, that's a good question.
Come
Yeah,
back
it's
here,
very true,
you
right?
slippery little devil.
He lives! The greatest of us!
Fishing could be so difficult. What greater proof of a man's lingering mortality than an empty belly?
Yeah, Tracy,
A
we meant more
fate
like an
worse
official part of the
than
science.
Fie on it. To have arrived at the appointed place and time only to survive by mere force of habit. Truly, Kami are not finished with us yet. Oh, capricious fortune. How you test me with this wretched soul.
Thanks, Ray. Thanks for checking. Did it, Brian? Like in a good way? I know, like, I was like, at first I was like, oh, really? Because they had done that, what they did with Nanamo, but now I'm just in utter favor of it. Not just because I wanted more of him, but because the use to which they put it. Nope. This is indeed the work of either Shinryu or Omega. And since there's undeniably something down there radiating a massive amount of energy, which cannot very well be the late Viceroy's lap dragon, yes, I think we have our suspect. Well, this is the mess of our own making, so it falls to us to clean it up. It won't be easy, but is it ever? And now comes the part where you say you've got no choice but to divert company resources and employees to this pet project of yours. Lost profits and belligerent clients be damned. Financial considerations notwithstanding, you have to admit there is an unquantifiable benefit in giving our people the opportunity to study such advanced technology. Oh, is that before or after you blow it up or seal it away? Fine, but the moment I judge this little venture an unsustainable risk to the ironworks, I'm ending it. Savvy? And to keep you honest, using my authority as deputy president, I've gone ahead and brought in a consultant, a master engineer and mechanical genius. Night, Tracy. You didn't. Oh my god, it's Albert Wesker. Come now, you mustn't build that expectations of yours too high. It will be less dramatic when I surpass them. Oh no, absolutely not. This is not happening. Nero Tolskavia, eager to begin his first day as a loyal member of the Ironworks team. Looking forward to working with you, Garland. God, I love Jesse. Yeah, Jesse is definitely the reason that he hasn't gone bankrupt, Quinn. That should be the final one, right? So fell the hunter, but what of the hound? So rose the children, but what of the father? Okay, guys. Next week, we're going to do, the Alliance raids will be doing Lyse, and we're going to be doing Omega. So if you want to join for that, definitely feel free to come join us. In the meantime, I need to go do some stuff. Like, mainly, like, rest. So, what are the chances she picked Nero just to torture Sid? High. I think pragmatic, but also high. I'm going to be right back with her. Unfortunate. It looks like the thing I'm 3D printing right now is about an hour away from being done, so I can't show it to you guys. You're not... Quinn, that's a good way of putting it. But I wanted to say I thank you so much, guys, for sticking with me, especially while I was sick today, and for sticking with me up to this point. We made it all the way from AR to Stormblood, and now we're going to get into the really good shit. I mean, the patch content for Stormblood is like, 4.3 is fire, but then when we get into 4.4, it's just a
wild ride all the way down. I'd like to remind you, you can always, we have videos every Monday and Tuesday, or streams, and I'm thinking I may even start putting up, doing an extra stream, because I like streaming with you guys a lot. It's a lot of fun. But we got Wednesdays. Wednesdays, our new videos come out. Thursday is me and Neri streaming Final Fantasy 2 currently. We're gonna wrap that up. Friday is Lore Book Club. Saturday is the community stream, and Sunday is a day of rest for me. If you'd like to support us, you can support us by go over on Patreon by offering us a couple dollars. You get fun rewards, banners for the colors for the Patreon or for the Discord. You name the banner above my head, and all those sorts of fun little goodies. You can also give us the money messages here. My brain's going, and those go towards rewards like we've got a maid stream coming up. We'll be fun that. If you like our videos, you just should go out check out the rest of them. We have a bunch of lore videos over on the main channel, as well as the past streams. If you like written lore, you can check us over on the EorzeanArchive.com. If you like being part of the community, you can join our community over on the Discord, the Eorzean Archive Discord. On top of that, if you'd like to join our FC, we are on Crystal Curl. We also have a FC over on Seraph Dynamis, on Dynamis Seraph. There's also something I'm totally forgetting that I should be recommending, but I can't remember it. The nurse stream is for later. You need to leave time. Yes, I know, but streaming's fun and it's easier. Streaming's easy. All I have to do is just be here and be with you guys and try to entertain and like play and act and engage and do and like. Whereas like you have to wake up and you have to get in front of the computer and like start writing and like then start video editing and then start voice recording. There's just so many like steps, so many steps. Anyways, love you guys. I hope you have a wonderful night, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys next week when I'm not mostly dead and gone. So, just know that I appreciate you. Have a wonderful evening. Bye.